We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Be right with you. We're just getting situated. Good morning, and good morning. Happy Monday to you guys. Hopefully you guys had a phenomenal weekend. Interesting moves altogether for ETH specifically. Good old dump. Hopefully you guys caught that short position last week on our last stream. If you didn't catch it, feel free to watch the playback. You can see the exact setups for that. We're going to be discussing those more in greater detail as we go through the course of this week. The stream will be running until about session end 4:30 today Eastern Standard Time, so feel free to kick back, put on your earbuds, do some work. If you got some downtime, I appreciate you guys vibing with me. We're going to be looking at two different coins today. Actually, we're going to be looking at ETH, and we're also going to be looking at Dusk. And then I'm also going to be running a small little personal challenge because I really want to dive into this with you guys and show you the possibilities of where you can just essentially flip your positions, but not necessarily about the profitability, but more so about the consistency. So we're going to attempt to do something where we're going to just build 100 to 1,000 with this in this week. And then by next week, we're going to continue to build upon that. Now, you don't have to take the exact same trades that I do. You don't have to use the same leverage that I do, but you're going to just see how I'm going to be managing that as we go through the course of the day. If you guys have any questions for me, feel free to always put them inside the chat. I like to engage with you guys, so always feel free to reach out. I will be sharing my position, so you'll be able to see these things. You'll be able to see what my stop loss. You'll be able to see me actually execute these live with you guys. Outside of that, let's get started. Let's take a look at some of these charts. Let's take a look at what's going on in the market. I want to dive into ETH first. Let me go ahead and take this ad off of the music first. There we go. So good old dump. Let's go to a higher time frame first, so we have better perspective as far as what we're looking at, kind of what we were working with just last week. Let me lower some things here. Give me a quick second, guys. There we go. All right. So let's take a look at this idea. This was an idea that we were working with last week. It is the 5 wave count. We were looking at this purple box being an area of being tapped into, which it did. This purple box right over here, which was previous resistance. Obviously, we had a push up into the 3200s. Good shorts down into the 3063 handles. This area acted as a point of resistance. We tested it once, got rejected, came right back down. That was that that was that whipsaw week, if you will. Then we obviously had this massive pump through it. So it only makes sense for us to come back and retest it. Now, are there potential lower targets? Yes, this fib level, or at least this wave count for wave 4 could potentially go lower. Invalidation would start to look like if we start closing underneath inside of this area, which is sweeping the 3051s. And I'm not saying that we can't sweep 3051s or those levels. I do believe that does come to fruition at some point, at least from a TD9 sequential perspective. We do have a 9 failure, which points towards there's going to be lower lows in the near future. However, is it possible that we can go higher first, sweep the highs, then we start coming back down? I think that's where we can find a little bit more liquidity. There's going to be liquidity that sits in the 3500s all the way up to the 3600s. Now, I'm looking at this a little bit more conservative, looking at this just from a standard 5 wave count, looking at a classic wave 5, which would land somewhere around about 1.272 inside that benchmark. It could fall a little bit short of that, if you will, right? So 1.272 is going to be the classic level. An advanced wave would put us somewhere around like 3792 inside this area right over here. Now that would be pretty aggressive, but still, nevertheless, falls inside of the bearish retest levels. All of these moves that we see to the upside as of right now, these are all still going to be bearish retests. And so you got to keep that in mind when you're looking for longs and you're thinking all-time highs, things of that nature. The only thing that's really going to be moving price action is going to be liquidity. Yes, there's liquidity to the upside, but in order for us to get lower, in order for us to go higher, we most likely need to collect that at the top first. So there's going to be liquidity that sits at 3600, 3700, all the way up to 4100, if you will. Let's say ETH just boomed all the way to 4100. Well, guess what? It still falls inside of bearish retest levels. So it's something that we have to be cognizant of when we're looking at our charts and not get ahead of ourselves. We're still inside of the first month of the year. That being said, this area over here, I started longing it last night. I'll be fully transparent. I did start closing my positions because I valued rest. more than holding the positions overnight. But that's not to say that the market's not here, and that actually kind of plays well into this little mini challenge that I'm setting up for myself with you guys. Essentially to show you that you can get into a position basically almost any day, as long as you're timing it correctly. You don't necessarily need to hold something. So this is going to be true intraday trading, intraday / scalps. Some of these positions we can hold a little bit longer. So now that you know that, we really want to see and maintain this purple box area. I will float down to a lower time frame here because I was looking at some sub waves last night. We did tap into some of these fib levels that I was looking at. I was essentially measuring this spike up that we had right over here inside this zone from here to here, looking at that as essentially a wave one, and then the retracement down to 0.76. You can see that we tapped right into that quite beautifully. So if I'm looking at this from a subwave perspective, if you guys caught that inside of Discord, what I was looking at inside the war room, I was looking at 32.95. That's where this stemmed from, being a wave 3 as far as a subwave getting into this area. That what I'm getting at here is saying, okay, well, if we get to this level and we start rejecting, there could be a short opportunity there for us. Maybe we come back and revisit this area. Maybe we come back down a little bit lower and we start tapping into these lower fibs, such as like 31.44, 31.46 inside of this zone. We did, however, sweep that imbalance that we were looking at. I'll go ahead and add that on here for us, so you have an idea as far as what I'm looking at. And let's shave bottoms. We got the shave bottoms here. And I believe we were looking on a 144, what's it, 89. Where did you go? There was a shave bottom that sat over here. I just need to find what time frame that was on. Here it was. It was right over here. It was on the 55 minute. This is the one that we were kind of hawking last week, saying, okay, well, if we come back down to this level, these shave bottoms become magnets for us inside the market. So when you're seeing more Buzu candles in the market, it doesn't mean immediately that it's going to come right back to it. It's just something that you should be observing, saying, okay, well, if price is going to come down or if price is going to go up, what's going to be a good level for it to go to? And this is one of those levels that we're looking at. So essentially this level has been cleared from that perspective, which also again lines up with this retesting of this previous resistance. So let's see if we have any shaved heads over here. I don't think we do on this time frame. We can most likely find them on lower time frames. We don't have any really shaved heads that sit in this area. Not from that drop, but if we look at it like a 13 minute, yeah, we have one that sits right over here. Actually, I have two of them that sit right over here. Neither one of these were cleared, and that sits right around like 33.50. So what I'm getting at is, I had 32.94 marked off, but in the event that this thing just decides to keep pushing right back up, this is where the magnet is going to be, 33.50. So I would look for signs of weakness that sit right around 32.95, and then make my assessment from there. Let's go back into these lower time frames. I'm gonna go ahead and take this off. I don't need that, and I do need you on. And let's look at some liquidity real quick. This is just low time frame liquidity areas. Nice little pockets that are sitting here. People that are just developing some long entries inside the zone. We want to look at these areas essentially holding to get us into a wave 3. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to wait for a liquidity sweep. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, then I'll just wait for the short. That's just all part of the game. That's kind of what I want to emulate with you guys. If we can get a sweep down into these levels, then we'll go ahead and start building our long, and then longing back into 32.95, looking at that being a TP. We'll actually have two different TPs. We'll have 32.50, maybe take enough there just to cover fees. And then we're going to look at 32.95 as the next one. If you guys are not aware, I trade on Bytonix. That's where all these live trades are going to be executed. If you haven't traded on Bytonix, it's a phenomenal exchange where fees are relatively low considering your VIP level. Inside of our group ScalpX, we do have some exclusivity to members that are in our group utilizing Bytonix. So if you don't have that, please feel free to reach out to me or go into my Twitter and you'll actually see the link to be part of that specific exchange. All right, let's go into something that I was looking at over the weekend, which I'm a little excited about. Let's talk about Dusk. This thing just went absolutely bananas over the weekend. Before I dive into Dusk, let me go back for a second. Let's talk about the CME gaps as well too for ETH. You can kind of see it right over here. We just literally just filled in this gap. It's right over here. Could it potentially go a little bit lower? Yeah, because I mean, there's a gap that sits all the way down over here, down in the 1700s. That was essentially never truly filled from that perspective. But as of right now, short term, we just kind of filled in that gap right over here. So it kind of points towards where we could get back into, 3,500s. That's this level right over here. There's a liquidity pocket that sits there, but not ignoring this pocket either, which sits right around 2,100s and a little bit lower. I want to go back over to Dusk because it's something that I was focusing on over the weekend. And if you guys remember from the stream last week, we were going through the screener and we're identifying some different coins that could have a potential for entry levels. I was looking at this essentially as a 5-wave count as far as our bearish wave 5-wave count. And, we tapped right into this 0.76 level. We have room all the way up to 0.88 level, but I think this thing needs like a pretty massive pullback. If it can get all the way down to wave C, that would be absolutely phenomenal, but I think that would take a little bit of time. I mean, this thing pumped like over 75% in the span of just like a day and a half. So to say that at least, 30 to 40% of that can be given back up and still be considered to be bullish, yeah, I could see that. I've been working on this one on a lower time frame. Yeah, running, see these pink candles, these are exhaustions. It's running into straight exhaustion. It does have a little bit more room to come up to the upside. This level is going to be pretty significant for me because you can see where that a couple of bounces and then we had another shift, another expansion that came into this level right over here. See, that's just running. That's running too hard. If that makes any sense, it needs to have a pullback. So these levels right over here, just kind of giving you the broad stroke of things. These are the levels that I'm looking at for us to find resistance and maintain that resistance. If we can maintain that resistance, then I would look at this from this swing point to here and find where those support levels are going to be at. So we're just going to go ahead and take a nice, easy, clean fib. We're going to use a full fib here. So that way we can see whether there's any extension levels, expansion from there. And let's go ahead and open up 0.5, 618, and 382. I'm going to open up 707 as well. And I don't need that. Let's go to open up 7.6. And then let's open up 3.3. Yeah, and 6.6. Got it. If I was a betting man, I'd say this level right over here, this 0.382 level, is going to be the zone. mean, ideally, I want to see it come and collapse over here, but I mean, truncation could occur. So what I'm getting at is like you could see something like this. You know, price action comes back down to this level, and then you continue to float around here inside this area before you actually make a move down to this side. So there's no point of being round tripped. If we tapped into this level, I'd look at taking, you know, taking profits inside that area, then coming back down to this area at some point. Let's look at a fib time on that, see if we can gauge as far as when that would occur for us. Yeah, I think I already did the fib zones on this. Yeah, that's a long haul. That puts us in May. So that's a long haul. A quick heads up for you guys. Nothing related to the stream. However, when you do see this, that means I'll either be stepping away, just, you know, using the restroom, or, you know, getting something to eat, what have you. These streams run for some time, you know, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. So if you see that, doesn't mean that I'm gone per se and the stream is paused. It just means I'm taking a step back here and, like I said, just handling some personal business. So if you do see that, just heads up on that. All right, let me dive into the chat with you guys. What is good? What questions can I answer? Short entry for dusk is sitting around 26. USDT, yeah, let's take a peek. Yeah, USDT, good catch on that one too. Something I was looking at as well. USDT is just straight gangbusters. Pumped yesterday, but this is something that I believe we were also looking at last week. A little messy here. I apologize. I'll take this fib zone off here so it's a little bit more visible. But before we ended last week, we were looking at not necessarily this harmonic. I was just looking at this as an idea. We were looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We were looking for this zone over here for it to kind of stop right here, but this is a good example as far as what I mean by an advanced wave. You know, typically, you know, your fifth wave is not going to be greater than wave 3, and this is a pretty intense wave. But we came all the way into this 1.618 level, even breached it a little bit more. Just to give it more confluence here, just going from the peak of wave 1 to peak of wave 3. We should have stopped here, but the fact that it breached this area, this is what qualifies it for an advanced wave. So I think USDT is going to kind of float around here in this area. Let's go to a slightly higher time frame. Ideally, for us to get to these higher levels for ETH, then USDT needs to get, you know, beyond this level into these zones. 5.45. I still think 5.45 is on the table. Then once it goes into 5.45, then it's going to make its move back up, and that's when we're going to see a big flush on ETH altogether. Excuse me. For this setup count to change on a daily, let's go 4 back. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, if we came just in today, I'm using today from a TD9 sequential perspective, if today came down to this level right over here, which is 5.845, if it came down to this level today and then pulled right back up, we're going to see more of those whipsaws, and that kind of translates to on ETH, very similar to you weren't there when I was looking for you. You're not there either. Oh yeah, here you are. Excuse me. You're right here. It would look something like this. Or even one of these, right? ETH dumped and then pulled all the way back up and made a, not necessarily made a new high, but in comparison to the previous day high, it made another high. So it would look something like that for USDT. If it came down to these levels, I would expect ETH to just push up, and then USDT to tap that level, pull back up, and then ETH to continue its stump again. So most likely probably short squeeze on a lot of these shorts here in this area. Overall, I mean, I want to see ETH go higher, but I think it needs to go lower inside of Q1. I don't think we hit, and I could be wrong. Could be 100% wrong on this, but I don't think ETH hits that level of all-time high before it actually goes a little bit lower. So I think there's a little bit more room for ETH to go to inside of Q1 before it can go much higher. 3500s would be great inside the month of January, or maybe even the first week of February, and then from February going all the way through March, maybe even into April, you know, going and testing and sweeping some of those previous year lows, last year's Q2, next Q2, excuse me, the second half of the year lows, which were right around 2623. And then we had 1382, 1384 in the first half of the year. So somewhere right in between there, sweep to 2600s. We have a point of control that sits right around 2516. We do have some fib levels as well. I'll go ahead and expand that for you guys. Just give me a recap on this. I'll go ahead and expand that. You know, I was sharing with you guys saying, like, let's not get excited when it comes to, well, get excited, but not too excited. ETH can, you know, test all these levels, 3600, 3800, and still be inside of a bearish retest. So it's something to take into consideration when you're building your longs or you're looking for exits, things like that. You got to really tell yourself, I'm like, did we collect enough liquidity to the downside that makes it worth my while to hold this thing? Because you end up holding this thing for, you know, how long have we been here? Since November. Let's just assume you're one of those individuals that caught a wick here down to the downside and you've been holding it since November. You know, that's one of those you're going to be kicking yourself going, why didn't I close this thing when it reached 3,500 or 3,400? You know, so you don't want to put yourself in that position where you're sitting there kicking yourself. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, chat. Good morning. God bless you guys. God bless you guys. Sub count is increasing. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. It's all due to you guys. Yeah, Angie, we were just talking about the exchanges that's going to be Bytunix. I'll put a link inside of the chat for you guys, for those that are sitting here live. This way you guys can see what it looks like. All right, let's go with... One of these days I'll find it. It's deep inside of this pin section of my corner. There it is. I'll put that in here for you guys. There you go. I just put that inside the chat for you guys. You guys that are here live, you can see that there. For anyone that's watching our replay or anything like that, you can find the same information on my Twitter, or if you're already inside of Discord, it's inside the pin section. Or just shoot me a DM. Happy to assist you with that as well too. Hmm. And for any of you guys that have never been inside of our Discord, or you guys are always asking, you know, for content information, like how to get started, where we should be looking at, you know, this is all free info, if you will. Actually, let me fix that for you guys. You guys probably can't see that. There we go. Let me fix this real quick so you guys can actually see what I'm referring to. There you go. Let's try that again, Saint. It's still showing the same thing. That's crazy. Well, I don't know why it's showing so small. But right inside this pin section, inside my corner, it's under Saint. There's tons of content that's in here that's related to fibs, that's related to L8 waves, that's related to TD9 sequentials, you name it. So, I mean, this goes all the way back almost 3 years or so. So, just something to be paying attention to. I want to go back to Dusk real quick. Because Dusk is... See, I took a small little position on Dusk. I mean, tiny, right? Just tiny, tiny, tiny. Just to kind of prove a point, per se. That anything is really possible as long as you have the discipline in it. So, I mean, already 3xing it now. Most likely going to be looking at taking some profits on here soon. And what I'll do essentially is just completely fully close out of that and then just go right back in again. I mean, Dusk has been proving that to me, that you'll definitely have a second opportunity to get into it multiple times. Looking at 0.5 fib for wave 4 to balance off. It's in the middle of 1 hour 2. What are we talking about for ETH, or are we talking about for Dusk? What's coin we talking about? Well, yeah. Good. What's up, Guido? Glad you're here, brother. God bless you. All right. As I said, guys, if you guys see the stream pause, I aim here. It just means that I'm either using the restroom, getting a bite to eat, or making a quick phone call. One of those 3 things. But I gotta go use the restroom, so I'll be right back. And I'm back. You're looking at ETH. Let's take a look. Hold on. Let's keep this on USDT. Let's keep these charts the right way we're looking at. What time frame are you looking at for ETH for a 0.5 fib? You're looking at my 1362. It's 31.44. 31.45. Okay, yeah. Yep. Yeah, that would sweep that. That would still be retesting that resistance area. So it's an entire zone that sits right inside there. Yeah, so retesting all of this right over here. Yeah, 1362 is a higher time frame than 4 hour. 1362 is close to a daily. What's up, Tom? I don't know how to enable donations. But I'll give you my wallet if that helps. Those are greatly appreciated. Yeah, so this zone right over here. Right, this area right over here. If we're gonna move higher, it can be tested. I mean, we can come all the way down here because this is the peak of wave 1. So I would not be surprised if price action comes all the way down to 3076. Let's actually look at some volume on that real quick. Not that much liquidity. We get down to these levels, which I would be completely giddy for that if that was the case. I appreciate that, bro. Yep. We did. We definitely did. We pegged that good. You know, Friday stream was ending. I think one of the questions a lot of folks were asking me, like, you know, if I'm going to short, where am I going to short from? We were looking at 33.49, 33.53, all the way up to 33.63 inside of those zones. And I think we tapped right into 33.66. So it was perfect. Perfect. If you take a peek here at my chart, you can kind of get an idea as far as what I'm looking at. As far as destination. Let's take these fib zones off. I think they have fib zones on here. I don't need those on too. And but we got low liquidity right over here. So if you just start seeing a plunge down, I mean it's gonna attack this zone. It's like 2790s. All that's just discount. Just discount. I would like for it to see us attack this zone first, then get our plunge. I'd have a pretty significant short in that area if we can get to that zone.
Describe what you want and watch it take
I said my OBS just disconnected. I don't know what that translated to in the chat.
You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many.
Dusk is just another tool for transferring of money. In its most simplified way, that's what its main coin's objective is. It's just another tool for transferring money.
Imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality.
They have lower fees, things of that nature, so it's just another way of transferring money. Sometimes I dive into the case usage, you know, like Grass was one of them. I like Grass. Grass is essentially takes unused bandwidth from like cell phones, things like that, and then it basically rents it back out to individuals. So that's the objective of what Grass does. Somebody mentioned Rose yesterday. I haven't traded Rose. Good golly. Rose looks like it's got a little bit more in it. Here's another reason why I was looking at this. I mean, you see all these, you know, these medium caps coins. to even low cap coins. A lot of them are pumping right now. So if we're looking at the rotation, if we get that same rotation into large cap as far as alts, ETH is going to snap. ETH is going to snap. So that's why I prefer to short Dusk for the time being, and then long ETH here. Not where ETH is at now. I'm waiting for ETH to come back to a level. If it does decide to come back to a level here. If it can come back to I see this little liquidity pocket right over here. People kept on adding to their position. Let's go ahead and move this over again. Let's just expand this to the right so we can see a little bit more. So an hour and 52 minutes left on Dusk. I'm looking at Dusk on a 4-hour here. I'm looking on a different chart. You can see on my screen there. Got a decent shooting star on a 4-hour, followed by what could be an engulfing. So building a short inside that zone would make sense. It's such an easy coin, in my opinion. I know that may be taking it out of context for some people, but it's just an easy coin to trade right now. And I really want to see ETH maintain this level, this green box, this low demand zone over here. Could get another one. Fill in this this little gap right over here, which sits around like 31.99, and that would be essentially, you know, bulls saying that they want to defend the 3200 block. Nice little double bottom on that. Yeah, there goes. Let's look at ETH real quick. I wanted to catch that and I didn't catch that. I didn't catch the bottom of that the way I wanted to catch it, but I just market ordered into ETH. That's sweeping that area to 31.72. And I just closed Dusk again. I'll be looking for can't see 3 screens. Okay. You guys are picky. This liquidity pocket. So I'm looking at all these areas right over here. We just tapped into this one right here and it's pulled right back up. I was trying to catch it in that area, but you know, if it comes back and revisits that area, it's going to sweep that zone, and it's going to probably most likely come back into these levels right over here, like 3180 and some change. Which I would look for to have another add inside that zone. Unless we're sitting inside of a bear flag, a formation of a bear flag, that could be quite painful. That would be essentially like a bear flag sitting inside there. If it goes to that level. But they're going to try to defend 3200s. Yeah, see 3200.88. Bulls want to defend that area. And Dusk has this habit of like having these massive pumps and then retracing. So I'm not really concerned about or stressed about chasing it. You know, it looked like it has a little bit of a double bottom right over here, so I think it's probably going to come back and revisit 26 inside that area. I feel fairly confident about that. Well, when you're measuring, anytime you're measuring a flag, you're going to take the pole from wherever that swing point high is, that swing point low, whether it's a bull flag or bear flag. You're going to take the pole and you're going to measure down to from the breakout. So that pole is going to be your measured move. So let's just assume. Yeah, I'll transfer over so you guys can see it here on a bigger screen. Some of you guys are going to be like, I can't see it. So here. So this is your pole. And let's say we're to break out here, 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 wherever it breaks out from here. And you have a true clean breakout. That's the measured move. It's a continuation pattern. So you have continuation into 3038. If it were to break here, I mean, maybe it comes all into this area and then starts breaking down. You know, relatively puts you in the same zones. 3052, 3083, inside those areas. It could be yours, it could be mine, I don't know. If I run into any lags, well, most likely what I'll do is I'll just have to pause the stream and then come back on after restarting it. So Dusk is attempting. I don't want a long dusk. I'm only interested in shorting dusk. Just so if anybody's curious, you know, like, hey, if we're gonna go back to 26, wouldn't it make sense to long it? I'm more interested in shorting it, to be quite honest. Maybe it gives us an impulse right over here. That's okay. You know, the whole objective is just to be in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out.
Offline and in the background.
Excuse me, sorry. One thing we haven't looked at is seeing where some of these orders are coming from, where they're building up. Yeah, see, they're building all the way down to like 3160. And remember, I was saying 3295 just from a mathematical. We got a decent block that sits right at 3300. So while bulls are going to try to defend 3200 block, bears are going to try to defend 3300 block. And then there's another one all the way up to 3350. That's another level that we were looking at as well too, because there's a shaved head, I believe, on a 55-minute for ETH, right around 3350. There's a thick block at 3400. Another one at 3450. There's a fib level that sits right around 3449, so that kind of makes sense. Then we get into 3500 block. There's nothing really stopping it except at 3550, and I believe we have a fib level that sits around 3572, if I'm not mistaken. $35.74, excuse me. And then BTC has a decent shelf that sits right on 92.6. Let's see, it's inside this little gap right over here. So something to be paying attention to, especially if you're longing or shorting BTC. Oh, excuse me. Soul? Yeah, look at Soul. From 108 to 85, that's kind of like what I was looking at target wise. Ideally 85 would be phenomenal, but maybe we don't get that. One, two, three, four. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you need to close above 32.14 on a 144. It's kind of already warm. Wow, excuse me. I mean, if you're not confident on Soul, there it is. It's running away from me. I mean, it looks like accumulation here, but it could also be distribution, a redistribution, if you will. But here in these levels, that would be kind of wild if it did. Then that means this thing's going to go to have an aggressive move down to the downside. See, 1, 2, we get 3. Give me a quick second, guys. No, I don't trade it. Give me a quick second. I gotta make a phone call on my end. I'll be here. Just gotta do something on my side.
This chair has 2 types of massage, 4D massage for the upper body and 2D massage for the lower body. Asahi's new AI series, Health Detection Sensor. AI customized massage, based on your body health condition. Smart voice control. Flexible track. 2 stages of zero gravity. The second stage of zero gravity utilizes a flexible track to stretch your back. 3-arm rollers. Tri-foot rollers. Calf kneading and rubbing. Carbon fiber heating. On your back. 52 air cells full body massage. Shoulder.
What in the world? What kind of ad is that? Alright, I'm back. Yeah, let me check on Dust, because that's what Dust likes to do. Yeah, see, that's why I got out of it, because it has that habit of, you think it's gonna start dumping, and it just starts pushing higher. So I want to see the 26 range be tested one more time. Actually, my setup is designed from a higher time frame, so I really want to see this area right over here. You know, we could potentially see another move into this on this level. See, this is printing at 7. I mean, we got liquidity all the way up to like 38. My goodness. But I was looking at all the way up to like 30, even so. So let's see. Now, I don't trade Ave. I don't even know if I have that on here. No. Oh, actually, I do. Look at that. I don't know why I have that on here. It was probably something I was looking at during requests or something like that. It's difficult to put a finger on that one, really. I mean, this looks like this is inside of one big, giant, massive symmetrical. And you're like kind of like in no man's land right now. Like, I wouldn't, me personally, that's just not something I'd be interested in. Too much room to the upside, too much room to the downside. Right in that middle of this range right over here. Not a comfort zone for me. If I were to trade that, but no, I personally don't trade it. I'm not taking any of those. I'm already stepping outside of my comfort zone, if you will, right? I'm already trading dusk. I'm trading something completely different. So I'm gonna stick to 2 at most. So right now it's ETH is always going to be on rotation. Just because I'm really familiar and pretty versed with ETH and how it moves altogether. But now I'm just doing dusk. Let's see what these guys are doing today. Actually, I want to see what the longs are doing. Yeah, all those shorts. I was looking at some shorts over the weekend. I was like, man, these guys are just holding, man. They got some big ones to sit there and hold it for that long. And these guys they're like, okay, now it's our turn to eat. But these guys are just opening too. These guys are just opening. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm looking at, sorry. I'm checking wallets right now. It's not loading the way I want it to. It's just taking too long. Sheesh. 33.29.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free
These guys are
e-commerce store preloaded with 20.
these 31.23s. This guy's been holding since November. Hopefully the data loads. I don't know why the data's not loading the way I want it to load. I'm gonna go back to ETH, go back to my 8-minute. I don't know, that's not loading. Let's see if we can get a little push on ETH here. It's probably gonna attack this block, yeah. The people that opened up shorts this morning at 3200s, there's a couple at 3250, 3225s all the way up to 3250s. Let's see if you can attack those levels. Nope. I mean, we did attack 61% of that vertical run up. So this is the vertical run up. I'll show you here now. And typically when you have, vertical run-ups, they're going to retrace anywhere between like 61% to 76%. And that's usually how flags are formed. I'm not saying that we are in a flag, but if we were to form a flag, like this is part of the flag formation, if you will. So a lot of individuals are looking at this, including myself, looking at saying, okay, maybe we respect these lines and we get a nice little push and it flushed right through it. It's okay. Just open that up a little bit more. Still pull a flag off of that. Doesn't have to be picture perfect, but you get the idea. So that like measure move, let's just assume. Let's play devil's advocate here. That puts us at like 3700s if it goes in that direction. Right now I want to see if I can get a bear flag out of this. Got a little fly in my house. Let's check back on Dusk. Dusk looks like it's gonna come down. I already exited on mine, so I'm out of my short on that. If it goes, it goes. It's fine. I'm not gonna stress it. But I wouldn't be like shorting here saying, okay, well, if it goes, it goes. Let me come down here. Like I want to see like these areas. I really want to stick to the rules in the sense of like seeing what occurs at the 26 level, 0.26 level. That's not a fib. That's just the price for it. That's really what I want to see occur. Oh, excuse me.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools.
YouTube really knows how to get you to want to subscribe to their premium, because boy oh boy do they play commercials for you. Quick second, guys. Be right back. Still here. Left the charts on for you guys. I think looking for longs is probably the smartest move here. The short-term longs, not long-term, but looking for short-term longs. It is cold out here. It's 35 degrees in my area. Beautiful out though. Absolutely gorgeous outside. Quick audio check. Can you guys hear the music in the background? Fill in the silence when there is silence. And you can hear my voice just fine. Look at this lower time frame, see what's going on here. I mean, I had another setup over here. I just did a clean view of ETH. No, it was you. So you want to try to attempt to bounce off of that 3169, which is 0.5. So it's measured from this swing point to this swing point. So this is all considered internal structure inside here. So, you know, holding above this area right over here, above 3169, is considered, you know, bullish. That's what it would need to maintain. Unless this becomes trendline liquidity. Unless that becomes trendline liquidity, then you get those lower targets. It'll sweep 2748s, and then you'll be probably somewhere inside of this zone right over here. But I'd like to see, you know, 3500 tap first, which is right around here. 3598, somewhere inside that area. Because you can get a flag that way too. Let's just assume we come to here. You know, something like that. Sheesh. 1948. As long as we stay out of the 1900s. Alright, cool. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. What's Dust doing? Dust is at 23. Yeah, see, it's good that we pulled the trigger on that when we did. I want to look at that saying that's like a wave A. So let's measure out some wave Bs for that.
I think we're gonna go with you guys.
That's great. Awesome. Let me get the contract.
One last thing. You're SOC 2 compliant, right?
Oh, did you touch it? Oh, you didn't touch it. You came real darn close to it. Okay. Oh, 618 sits right around 25. Let's see if we can get that level. See if it gives us 25. 25. I want to open up a 0.5 for that as well too. There's a liquidity pocket that sits right there too. So 0.25. I'm interested in seeing what occurs here, because this kind of lines up with my 26 thesis as well too. And then I want to measure out some extension levels for that. I would look at something like this.
Look at me. Look at me.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna look for. For dusk. Set some alarms here for this area. So as we hit those levels, you know, then we'll start to gauge it. And I can't stress that enough, you know, when you're charting, especially if you're using multiple different coins or, you know, flipping through different charts, whether it be USDT, whether it be, you know, BTC dominance, whether it be total cap, things of that nature, you know, setting your alarms is a highly resourceful tool. This just allows you to kind of navigate away from the charts and do other things. Alright guys, I'll be right back. I have to step away. I'm still here. I'll leave the chart on for you guys. I won't bore you with a bumper. But I'm going to step away for 2 seconds here, so just give me a minute. If I can find my camera, here we go. And give me a second, I'll be back. Back. What I miss? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make myself a quick bite to eat. Oh, I'm watching this. Need something to munch on. Now, one thing I just realized that we did not do, which is, you know, keeping repetition because it's the mother of all skill. We did not map out our 5-minute session for ETH. So let's go ahead and take a look at that right now. Let's get that squared away. So we have some better ideas. Tight range. Is that a shade bottom? It already cleared it. Okay. And it's rejecting that New York high. Oh yeah, that's gonna push down. It's gotta go 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You gotta get above here, above this level, and which that is 1, 2, 3, 4. 32.17. But this is brewing a 7 right now. So unless it changes the setup phase like here in the next like 40 minutes or so. 30-40 minutes, then we'll probably get another flush down into this area, potentially even lower. So just be on guard and ready for that. All right, I got some food making real quick. Be right back again, guys. I'm here. I'm just munching at the same time. I'm not gonna in your guys' ear. If you got questions, feel free to shoot them over. Boy, boy. No buy signal yet on these lower time frames. Did catch one here, and then another one right over here. But we did get a sell signal right over here. What's that look like on? Actually, I want to look at that from a weekly. Weekly's still holding a buy signal. That's wild. Okay. With bearish trend still running into exhaustion. That weekly ADX, man, oh man, if that bearish dominance holds its ground above here and that ADX flexes up, ETH is going to sink hard. But if it crosses down and then DI positive moves up with the ADX moving up with this, ETH is gonna pump. What is this crapola right here? That'll be a hard pump. One thing I was noticing out, and I was mentioning this, I should probably go back to that. I was looking at like the yearly open, and I was kind of saying, I was saying out loud, I was saying it publicly, I was just like, there's no way. How often does that occur I mean, that's like an unlikely type of situation for ETH to go from that level to like an all-time high or anything like that. I was just like, there's just no way that doesn't occur. And so I was just sitting here over the weekend, opening up my Sunday charts, and I was just kind of looking back, looking left, and going, has this ever occurred? Have we ever had anything like that? And we sure as F did in 2023, in January of 2023. Didn't take us to an all-time high, but you know, definitely my point being is that it moved on open. And then something similar happened in July, and again in January of 2020. But see, this kind of made sense to me, right? Because January 2020, we made that was the high for the year, and then that was the low for the year. All right, it swept this area, so it created enough liquidity, came back into this demand zone that it had over here in 2019. We really never even came back into these levels of 2023. So that just made me kind of look at it going, are we going to have something that looks like, 2020, where we make our high for the year by, February, well, by Q1, we make our high for Q1 and then make our sweep for the low. And then that would be our low for the year. Or are we going to see something that repeats itself in 2023, where we basically just opened up? I mean, it was just a couple dollars, to be honest. It opened at 11.94, and the low was 11.90. So like a $4 differential. Very, very low liquidity there, and we've never revisited that zone, never revisited that area. I mean, we haven't been there in 3 years plus. So let's look at other Januaries. Here's another January. Oh, excuse me. This is a January. This January was a doji. I really don't want to count that. That's an indecision. And this was in 2024. And this is 2025. We had a doji to the downside. Well, that's more of a Takura line. It looks like a doji to the downside, and then we essentially swept that at some point. So it's just something to consider. Maybe we do pump. Maybe we do get one of those years. You guys are gonna see me eat, excuse me. If you're looking for liquidity pools, you can go to CoinGlass. If I can actually get to the tab, that'd be fantastic. And you can utilize CoinGlass. It's 100% free. It may be on a different charge. Maybe you're charting Binance, maybe you're not, but it's essentially just going to use Binance. You have other charts that are on there. You can see the liquidity pockets that sit, right below here, 31.74 and some change. And then you can see the ones that are above here, 34.43, all the way up into this pretty hot area, 35.69 inside that zone. got a pretty significant shelf that sits at 32.51. That kind of lines up with what we're looking at on lower time frame. But essentially, if you're looking for an indicator, at least the ones that I utilize, the indicators that I have, these are all ones that I've written on my own, so they're essentially private. But some folks do have some access to them. You just got to shoot me a DM and I can walk you through what that process looks like. I have two different ones really. I have a liquidity pool, and then I have a heat map, and then I have a candle analysis for heat maps as well too. And that's kind of what it looks like with all that noise and all that clutter that's on there. But if you have interest in it, just shoot me a DM on Discord and I can walk you through that, what that looks like for you. But yeah, just going back to that monthly point of view. I mean, we're inside this like equilibrium section right over here. This equilibrium can go all the way down to like 1800. Yeah, this is a liquidity dynamic tool. It's the right one. It's a private indicator. It's something that I've written on my own. None of my indicators are going to be public. If you're curious, they look like these. All my indicators are here. So you can just go to TradingView, find me under Crypto Saint, and then you can see everything that's written there. And then there's instructions as far as how to gain access. Oh. Do you have the link to your Discord? If you're not in, just shoot me a DM on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. Gracias. Order blocks, essentially, it's it's based on volume. When you start to see orders coming into the market, limit orders that are coming into the market, sometimes it could be spoofed. What I mean is sometimes you can see a big order that's sitting inside that area, and then it gets taken away. That's essentially a form of manipulation. You know, giving the illusion like, okay, there's a lot of orders that are sitting here. That block is getting bigger, but it's really designed based on volume. So when you see order blocks, you're looking at where people are setting up their potential orders altogether. So for example, this is one of the reasons why I like to utilize TapeSurf, because it can kind of give me a broad perspective of all the different exchanges that are out there. Binance, Coinbase, Kraken, Bitfinex, relatively large exchanges, and it gives me real time as far as where those order blocks are sitting at. Now, if you're utilizing like on TradingView, those order blocks are going to be designated based on the time frame that you're utilizing. So that's what I was saying. Those are mainly, from an indicator perspective, that's going to be mainly based off of volume, where they putting volume in those areas. The dynamic tool pulls data from CoinGlass through their API. And I think CoinGlass API per month is like $279, $297, something like that per month. So if you want to pull it from there, if you want that data, Or like I said, you could just reach out to me and I can walk you through as far as how to gain access to my indicators. What's my hex? Okay, hold on. Let me switch screens real quick. That's my X. This month I'm batting roughly around like 65%. A little over 65%. You're welcome, brother. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, so everything's logged through. I've built a journal. If you guys are inside Discord, you guys know what I'm talking about. I built a journal so that way you can start tracking all your trades. You can measure out your win to loss ratio, see what your win ratio looks like, what your average play is. I built it through Airtable. It's 100% free. Doesn't cost you anything at all. If you're interested or curious as far as where that is, that's again inside my corner as far as in Discord, and you can see it there. Let me see if this is actually working correctly right now. I don't know why it keeps showing so small like that. That's weird. So weird. Maybe if I do it like that, I don't know. I don't know why that comes up so small.
Look at me.
No, I take some losses, dude. Don't get me wrong. I take some losses. Let me show you here on Discord. If you just go into my corner and look at the pinned section. I don't know why I have a delay on my side, but I do. I mean, and when you get losses, it's all about just recovery at the end of the day. That's what I try to stress to a lot of folks. It's, you know, you're going to have losses, you're going to incur them. It's just how you recover from that. Hold on, I got a delay on my side. There you go. Yeah, here it is. So it's right over here. There's a video explanation for it and everything. There's the link. There's a little video literally explaining how to utilize it. This is the invite for it. The template is already designed for you, and then you can customize it on your own for the coins that you trade, whether it be, you know, ETH, Sol, BTC, Dusk. You can add them. I think I already have a template of a couple in there. So BTC's in there, Sol's in there, Ordi's in there, Grass is in there. So there's a couple coins that are already in there. But like I said, it's free to you. You can use it on mobile and you can use it on desktop. I find it a little bit more resourceful on desktop, just because, you know, I can navigate a little bit easier. But essentially, it's a great tool. So take a peek. It's out there. Sure. Hold on. I always forget how to do this. There it is. That's my trading view. I just posted it in the chat for you. Is there any difference in opening a trade with 500 USD on 10x leverage and 1000? I mean, depends on your pair, right? It just depends on your pair. And, you know, what's your portfolio size? I think that really boils down to like a risk management question. Obviously, you'd be more profitable with the higher margin. So it needs to crack that 3215. See, that's the area that we were talking about. I think we were looking at on a, I think it was a 21 minute. Was it not? Yeah, because see, it's still broken in 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4. It's trying to climb above this box right over here. You're welcome, Sane Cook. I mean, you just gotta look at the screen, bro. You can see where I'm at. Well, profit goes up high. If price action moves in a higher area, you're going to have more profit. I'm confused. If you know the answer, why ask? I don't get it. It really just boils down to a risk management perspective. You only have $1,000 and you're risking $1,000 with on 5x versus saying I'm gonna do half of that but do 10x. Yeah, you're gonna be in the same marginal position in that sense. But if the move happens a little bit more aggressively, you're probably going to see a little bit more of a move as far as profitability on the 10x versus the 5x.
Look at me.
I would like to see it just flush this area right now. Yeah, I mean, if something just doesn't work, I say that over and over, like, just never get married to a position. Compound. Through the course of the week, I think last week, I mean, we had a pretty profitable week. I think there's several people inside the stream that were quite profitable. And the entire time I was basically telling people, was like, don't get married to that short. Don't get married to that short. Scalp it. You'll most likely revisit that same area again. And sure enough, we did. That's not said to impress any of you guys, just more so impress upon when you start to understand the market, you know how to make adjustments in the sense of your positions. There will always be an entry. There may not always be an exit, right? What I mean by that is, like, a short can go to a specific TP and then you get round tripped, or then you get not only round tripped, then you get stopped out. So that's why it's good to understand where the market is at in the sense of structure, in the sense of accumulation. Indicators really help in this perspective. That's why I like to utilize some indicators. DMI is one of them. Wave trend is another one. Imbalance index is another one. So just so I can get a better read as far as where the dominance is coming from, who's in control, who's in the lead, who's exhausted, so forth and so on. So this is kind of where indicators really come into play for me, based on some of the ones that I've designed myself. Be right back. I'm here. Looks like Dusk went into some of my levels. I'm gonna go take a look at Dusk real quick. Yeah, see, tapped into the 3-2. That alarm just went off on that. Where's Dusk? Yeah, do the favorites. Do something small here. $5 trades. And I'll build it all the way up to 26. 26 and some change. Next level right now at the 0.5 is 25.036. I've intentionally taken smaller trades just to kind of give you guys perspective as far as what it looks like to compound. It also gives you something more manageable. That way you don't feel like you're gambling, right? And it gives you the swing of things in the sense of how to manage positions. Even if you want to start hedging, you know, it gives you the opportunity to start looking at hedge opportunities. So I would start building, me personally, I'm just looking to build inside that area. If it gets pushed out, you know, maybe I lose like $1. I'm okay with that. Yeah, so that looks like an ABC forming for Dusk. Clearly that was a wave 3. Yeah, all of that was a wave 3. So looking for a wave 4 to occur here. Maybe you get a wave 5 that sits here. Maybe you get a wave 5 that sits here. So actually what I'll do is I'll adjust this. And it tapped right into that 25.
You're not wrong.
So just keep building. Yes, I'm still listening.
You're late. Most traders struggle because their tools show them what already happened.
Yes, most traders use lagging indicators. And let's take a look at ETH. I'll leave that screen up there for you guys. I'm looking at ETH on a different chart here, so you can see what's going on with Dusk. On the 21 minute. Come on, push up. There we go.
Look at me. Look at me.
That's what we're looking for on Dusk. See, it's now tapping into that 25 level. Basically just came and retested this support level right over here for their support that moved it to made a new high, so it's retesting that support level. You got a 9 printing on a 1 minute, so just be cautious here. You do have a 9 that's above, which is ideal. It's on a 1 minute, so let's not get ahead of ourselves, but that's ideally what you're looking for. All right, cool. I'll check DMs here momentarily. Yeah, just doing challenge trades. Just trying to kind of set some examples for you guys. I realize not everybody has larger margins, so just kind of giving people a glimpse of what that looks like.
You're going to be really blown away by this. Just going to press this and see what it gives us.
We should come to the 618. So now that I start losing levels, what I typically like to do is I like to start eliminating them, because these are resistance levels. So it didn't resist there, didn't resist here. So now the next level is going to be 25.962.
That sounds really cool. It's finally time. MIDI Wizard 2.0 is out right now. This is the ultimate new way to instantly generate crazy chord progressions and melodies in 32 genres and get infinite inspiration.
So just taking a small account, like $100, and then the objective is to flip that in the course of the week into 1K or more. And as that account grows, then the margins will start growing.
Nothing's pre-made. Everything is generated fresh every time you click the randomize button.
The possibilities are endless, and you can have so much fun doing this. All you got to do is select your genre, select your key, and see what it gives us. Plus the ability to finish tracks so much faster and incorporate new AI technology so you can stay ahead of the curve when it comes to all the other music producers out there competing for your plays and income. Hundreds of producers are secretly getting their hands on
Close the hold position. Oh wow. Yeah, I put the link inside the chat if you want to scroll up as far as for bytes and nicks.
Don't be a part of that group. Be a part of the group that's an early adopter that gets on new technology and uses it to gain an unfair competitive advantage.
Yeah, I took a position on ETH already. So I started building a long on ETH like around like 3207. Yeah, because I feel like the bulls want to defend that zone. Alright, so let's look at 21 minute real quick.
To get the full details, click the button below.
It's kind of weak, yeah. I expected to go a little bit higher, yeah. So even though 1 minute is showing that little tiny little pull down like that, that's not something that's fully trusted. Just look here on the slightly higher time frame. There's a good possibility it can, flush up to this area. So count 4 back, 1, 2, 3, 4. It would literally need to close underneath here, 22.18, to change that setup phase.
Look at me. Look at me.
I started building on it in that 1 minute, but I've literally already taken some profits off of it already. That's how much I trust Dusk. So it's an easy $8 right there. I think I was just using, roughly a $30 margin on that, and then just took profits on it. Now I'm just gonna leave a runner going for it, and we're just gonna keep compounding. Right, so think about most jobs, I'd say above minimum wage pay like what, $20 an hour? $20 in 5 minutes. Like, just think of it from that perspective. If this is your job, then you essentially just made more than what most people make in an hour. So you really got to start breaking your days down like that, or at least your setups like that, when you're taking profits. And you guys all know your worth in the sense of what your skill sets are, education levels, things of that nature, right? How much would you get paid for to do whatever your trading, your skill sets are? Not trade as in us trading, but trade on based on skill sets. So are you someone who's has an engineer doctrine, or maybe you're a doctor or anything like that? Then yeah, you should be getting paid big bucks. But if your education levels in the middle of the road, and you get paid $20 an hour, maybe $40 an hour, so if you make $40 in 5 minutes, why wouldn't you take that? at least if you're beginning with trading and you're just starting off and you're looking for, take profits, things like that, and maybe you don't fully understand where the market is going, base it on for risk management. It's like, I'm good with that. I'm okay with that. That means the 5 minutes that I was sitting there was worth my time. That's the best way I know how to explain that. Just, that's how I would handle it. I have an RR grid that I designed for that. So let's just say, you're shorting, you're doing it off of a $100 account, and you want to risk maybe like 3% at most per trade. And let's say entry level is 0.25962. And invalidation, let's just go with 0.27340. So 1R is literally at 0.24. This would be 3R down here. They're saying you're risking $3, right? If you want to go a little bit higher, let's say you're doing like 30% and you're feeling extra ballsy per se, the R's are still going to be the same. Just going to show you the same levels. So it's just a tool that I've utilized and I've designed just to assist me. I'm going to take some profits here on the there you go. So I took some profits on this right here, on this little move down. This little move down, you can see it better here on a 1 minute. I just took some profits there. It was a higher low. So, and right now I'll just leave a little runner going for it. You can see it's running back up into that area. That's why I took profits in that area. Nope. Precisely why. Now it's tapping into that level that we want to see. Now let's see if we can get into 25 point something. That's okay. I mean, we're all part of the same team, so it's all good that you're using his referral link. It's quite okay. I mean, it goes towards my numbers, and not in a sense of pay or anything like that, just based on how many referrals I have. But it's fine. We're all part of the same team. Tapped right into that 618. Basically, I mean, just shy of it. CP around 0.20.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we need to get back down to these levels to change that setup phase. Let's count 4 back on the next session because that comes in 1 more minute. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Customize and expand in any direction. From tools
So right around here, that's a shorter distance for it.
to enterprise grade systems. Everything is
So just be diligent. I mean, this thing could always just impulse all the way up to 30. It always could do that.
as your imagination takes you.
The way I'm looking at it, I'm viewing it as this is a wave A and then this is wave B, but wave B could always invalidate and just push, you know, to these higher levels. And on a higher time frame, I believe on a 2-day, I have a fib level. I believe it's a 0.88 that sits right at 0.30. I just like the movement on it. I like the movement. I'm still trading ETH. I'm in ETH positions as well too. I just like the movement. We were scanning coins last week. You can watch that video. You can see how I scan for different coins, and I just like the setup as far as the TA that was showing me. I knew there was going to be an impulse, but nothing I felt comfortable as far as longing. I was more so wanted to focus on shorts, and this thing pumped like 70 something % in a span of a day and a half within like 36 hours. So I want to see the retracement before it has more continuation to the upside. For TD9, you want the 8 or 9 to be higher than the 6 or 7. Like if it's moving to the upside. If it's moving to the downside, then you want the 8 or 9 lower than the 6 or 7. If the 6 or 7 are lower and the 8 or 9 are higher up, if it's a move to the downside, then that trend to the downside is not fully exhausted yet. It's got to correct that. And then the opposite is true. You know, if you have a 6 or 7 that's higher than a 9, a 8 or 9, then that trend isn't exhausted. You still have more room to the upside. If 8 is higher and 9 is lower, that's okay, as long as that 8 is higher than the 6 or 7. I can just hear my son now. 6, 7. So let's see how this develops. It does have a buy signal, no sell signal just yet. This needs a baseline. This doesn't have a baseline. I need to put a baseline here. Hold on. Baseline for RSI and MFI. Yes, I do. Yeah, I mean, volume should match the move. volume's a huge part. Volumes is real time for you. So you can see volume is getting lower and lower. Right, it was lower here on a move down, or a small little move up, and then it made another high compared to this, and volume was lower. So I feel like there will be an exit push here relatively soon. Just waiting for it, being timed in a position, ready for it. And it's touching on that 25 alarm that we had right over here. Did it touch into this one? Or did it touch into that one? It came real close. I think it actually set it off.
YouTube Premium is ad-free videos and music. One subscription, 2 apps. Try it free.
VIP 3, the different VIP levels gives you different discounts on fees, trading fees. So I think anyone that's part of our community, every month you need to obviously maintain your volume. So every month it resets, right? And if you have the volume to match, I think it's like 5 million in volume, I think, or 3 million. I forget the number. But if you're in our group, then they automatically will restart you at VIP 3 every month. You gotta have the volume to match it though.
Look at me.
Yeah, I would teach my kids how to trade. I got a bunch of little entrepreneurs running around, so. It's a good move on that so far. Let's see if it can hold. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's still this level. I really want to see what occurs here at 23 and some change. You could always go to that level and then bounce right back up because it's a somewhat of a demand area. No, the fib, no. Fib is it's a free tool on TradingView. It's on your toolbar. It's going to be the second one. It's going to be right over here. That's free. I think if you have the basic, you can have up to like, I think it's 5 indicators or 3 indicators. I think it's 5. You can have up to 5 different indicators on your chart. I clearly exceed that. And dusk is really like overdue. It's just like it's an unhealthy move altogether for dusk. Well, it's a healthy move. It's unhealthy if it doesn't have a pullback, you know, a decent enough pullback before it continues its launch up. So I'm looking at all these levels for dusk. These levels. This would be ideal. Revisiting where that pump essentially came from. That pump came from, you know, 15 area. So revisiting these areas would be ideal, because you got good support, and then launch. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, here in the States at least. But you know, crypto's global. It's, you know, it's 24/7, so we'll probably see bigger moves tomorrow. Quite possibly, yes, I agree with that.
With YouTube Music Premium, listen to your favorite songs ad-free. Download music and podcasts to listen offline or on the go. Enjoy thousands of customized playlists and radio stations. And jam to music when your screen is off or while using other apps. There's more to discover with YouTube Music Premium. Try 1 month free. Anybody short dusk? And anybody long long in ETH? You get an exhaustion candle here. That looks like it'd be a potential wave B. Just on lower time frames, looking at it like this. Just spitballing. I'm not saying that that's accurate. I'm just looking at it from that perspective. Slightly higher time frame than that, we'll have the better data.
ETH needs a miracle. Straight up, needs a miracle. Yeah, they're padding on at 32.17. It's crazy. Skip the song. Oh yeah, sorry. The ad was on. My bad. My bad. This thing has 5 minutes left in it in that session. Let's see if we can get like a little push down into here. Yeah, I got some sell signals on lower time frames appearing. Excuse me. Looks like a good wave B. Looks decent. You gotta see that this maintains 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe it comes back and retests this 24.8, 0.248. Yeah. Let's zoom in on that a little bit. One, two, three, four, excuse me. It's 25. 25.470. And then what did we say down over here? 1, 2, 3, 4. If the next session comes in, which it would, I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. Same relative area, so I'll mark it underneath. And I'll set an alarm on that.
Checkers and Rally's MVP meal deal makes you a
40.
big deal. A mushroom Swiss with fries, drink, and
658.
just $5. What a play!
This is the MVP of meal deals.
Score your big deal only at Checkers and Rally's. This eats different.
free internet forever? You got it.
Yeah, ETH is just hovering around that 3207. A hard area for it to break. There was an imbalance there, but that's a hard level that it's trying to break right now.
Find out how.
You son of a gun. I had you marked, dang it. Okay, so then... Yeah, wave C's not finished yet. And this will most likely stretch to something like that. That's crazy because we were looking at this area last week. I was looking at this level being a potential wave B. Yeah, you came right into it. That's what we were looking at. We were looking at this. For wave B. So we got into our targets areas. Yeah, I don't think today ETH is going to do much but try to just accumulate. So I wouldn't expect like boom moves on ETH. I would be surprised, to be quite honest. Going 4 back from here, it was 4 hours left. Excuse me, there's 4 hours left. Is that a shaved bottom there? Let's I gotta double check that real quick. Yep. A shave bottom, and there's a fair value gap here. It's already cleared all this, and it's actually just bouncing off of the previous one. So that's 5.94, somewhere in that area. That would give you ETH a little bit of a push. I'd say maybe like 3250s, maybe the 3295 area that we're looking at. Right over here. So maybe here. I mean, there's a shaved head. Let's sit over here in these areas. Trying to climb over that New York Open high. Lunchtime PM sessions coming soon. Although I know the market's closed, I'm still just utilizing those same sessions. It's a strong move to the downside so far, and you got a 9 failure on a 21 minute, so chances are it's probably going to flush that. It's just a matter of when is it going to flush that. That's the bigger question. That's 3207 and some change. Yeah, it'll revisit that area without a doubt. It'll most likely come into like this 3193 area. To be honest with you.
This may be the last.
Look at me. Look at me.
Ad you ever see. Because with the free ad block extension from Cap.
Hard defense there. And the same thing for Dusk. I mean, one of the reasons I also like Dusk here too is because, I mean, you can use a small amount of margin and make decent coin on it.
Look at me. Look at me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's possible. I think you were in Scissors. I think you were in like 3250s, right? 3257. We were talking about that last night. I think that's where your entry came in, right on that waterfall. Excuse me. Oh, you're talking about Dusk? Okay. Yeah, I mean, Dusk is a little bit of a beast. But I think when everyone starts rotating out of the mids and they rotate back into large, we'll see a good flush on Dusk. Good job, Scissors. Nice entry, bro. Nice pull. Oh. see what occurs there.
If you live in Florida and have a good driving record, you're being scammed by big auto
You
insurance.
lost.
Listen up. I don't care if you think
Changes
you have good
music.
insurance rates. The truth is you don't.
Sharing the listings that pump because the normal thought was shortened then, but not on big it. It's a new listing. I think it's a fairly on iTunes. I believe it's a fairly new listing. Should be.
Look at me. Look at me.
Yeah, Dusk is back at those levels again. I'm looking for a reaction at 0.25480. Ideal would be to tap that line and come back down. But I've already taken some small profits on it thus so far. So if I get pushed out, I get pushed out. Then that just tells me wave B is not done yet. And then wave B has these levels, you know, like 27 and some change. I just feel like Dusk would give you the biggest return. The biggest bang for your buck, really, for lack of better terminology. ETH is inside of this, you know, accumulation phase, while Dusk can be inside of this correction phase. A, B. Should give us a C somewhere over here. If I'm looking at a harmonic. So that was my high swing point. That was my low. So it should give me something like that. Unless, like I said, unless B is not done.
Look at me. Look at me.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this
Oh
is
my
your brain
gosh, the
when you're in the
ads
zone.
are
Like getting
insane.
into
What is that? 206? Somewhere over there? Yeah. No, I'm looking at this level right here, this 1.13 level for wave C. If it gives. Alright, just sweep these right here. Which one's lower? This is lower. There you go. Yeah. So give me a pivot down here. And then run it back up to, you know, somewhere around 30s. And then we can get a deeper retracement. First off, I want to see what happens at 0.230. But if I'm trying to set up a harmonic for it, that's kind of what I would be looking for. The C leg doesn't have to be that dramatic. It can be a little bit more to the right. You know, it could be somewhere a little bit more over here. I'm just giving a ballpark area. And ETH is just one of those I think we can just kind of, as we get to those levels, look for add backs, or, maybe getting out of position and getting into a better entry. I think the real test comes from, like I said, 3250s to 3295. If bears want to defend a 3300 block, and while bulls want to try to defend the 3200 block. So essentially that's telling me where my range is going to be coming from. Yeah, Dusty's gonna come back and it's retesting. He's trying to flip the setup phase here on a 3-minute.
Look at me.
Yeah, it loves this little area. I view that like a distribution area. Did we start a new session on 21 yet? Oh, we got like 20 seconds left. So then it changes to 1, 2, 3, 4. Then that puts me here.
I think we're gonna go with you
At
guys.
point 2.
Awesome. Let me get the contract.
One last thing. You're SOC 2 compliant, right?
I'm gonna change that to here.
SOC 2? What do you mean SOC 2? I thought we saw that months ago.
Well, now they're quoting us 5 months and 30.
No, we don't have 5 months.
What do you mean you can't recognize the screenshot? It literally says approved.
Come on.
Man, these ads are insane. I think they're like every 45 seconds at this point. They don't want us to vibe.
Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
Yeah, so this level and this level inside here. I think we probably come back into this though. If we're gonna push into this, we most likely should push into this. So typically, like on a lower time frame, let's just say like a 1 minute or something like that, I'll just go ahead and start making some boxes. Because this is clearly where there was some resistance here in this area. Just color coordinate that so I know what I'm looking for. So if price action goes into here, it's difficult to get like pinpoint accuracy. Like this gives you an area. As long as this area holds, then you should have more downside. But if it breaches that area, then you just got to cut your losses. You could always breach this area and come right up to this fib level and then come right back down, which is kind of annoying. But those are things that you look for.
Look at me. Look at me.
The alarms are just going off. Oh, I'm brave? Yeah, okay, maybe I'll do that tomorrow.
Look at me. Look at me.
Yeah. The ads are annoying. This song goes hard though, I'm not gonna lie.
Look at me. Look at me.
Yeah, that just looks like distribution from my perspective. Right over here, because you get your out thrust and then sideways movement.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a
Oh
working app without
my
knowing how to code.
gosh,
This is
bro, that was like 30 seconds of a song, then an ad came. Anyways, right, out thrust, and then you have essentially sideways movement. So you're really looking for a breakdown after that. If it pushes above here, then that just means that this trend wasn't fully exhausted. Then this little area right here was accumulation inside this zone. See how it accumulated and moved up a little bit higher, and it's reaccumulating. So there's different ways that you can view this. I'm just looking at the overall structure of this, looking at a slightly higher time frame, just looking at this like ABC. And so once I have a B that's formed, quote unquote formed, then I'm looking for that sideways movement before I get another move down to the downside. I mean, the thing could snap, right? It could snap up and give me a wave C. That's ridiculous, something like that, and then come down. I definitely have an A, B. I definitely have an X to A leg. I'm gonna assume this is a B wave. So where is C wave gonna come from, really? Or if B is not complete and then B comes down to here, then that would make way more sense to me. That makes more sense to me overall.
Look at me. Look at me.
BTC. Depends where he's short from. If he's short from over here, he's Gucci. Or if he's short from over here, he's good. But yeah, any one of these two levels right here, he's good. Yeah, it's running kind of hot right now. Not good luck. But it's warm. It's not like it's bright hot yet. BTC would need to hold that level. I'll actually look at it from a daily. I think I got a daily over here. Yeah. Had a support and resistance area over here that it needed to flip.
Look at me. Look at me.
Look at that. That thing is piping hot. Deep accumulation. One. Nope. 1, 2. That's a clear 3 and a 4. So if I were to look at a 4, yeah. What did that say? 13.43435. Dang it. 53, yeah.
Look at me. Look at me.
That's if it were to pull down to this level. Yeah, we got this level first. It decides to bounce there. The next real level is going to be here. Let's see what wave 2 was real quick. So we know what we're playing around with here. So you went to sharp levels.
Look at me.
So that opens the door for flat levels here and here. So was that 19,466? Yeah, that kind of makes a little bit more sense to me.
If a cybersecurity or IT
And then look for a
has been on your
potential
mind,
long back
check out
into it.
UMG's
I'm not going to long it. I'm just going to wait.
February
I'll wait
11th,
till it
so
gets
it's a great
to a
time
wave
to
5
join.
and then I'll short a
No
wave
cost
5.
tuition, 100% online classes, and you can gain the skills to become an ethical hacker. UMGC.
I'd be more open to longing at, these levels down here.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free.
I dare you not to play so many ads. That's a good movement so far. Dusk.
chances to revive. Days are slip away sometimes when pressure holds too tight.
Yeah. Yeah, if I've already taken profits, I'll move it to a break even. I think we've already made close to $40 on the dusk move so far. So it's a quick, easy 40. Now I could just TP here and then wait.
Look at me. Look at me.
I just took some profits on that line right there. That's the line that we were talking about on the 21 minute. Remember I was saying that change that setup phase. So I just took some profits off of that. I left a little runner. I think I left like $10 in the tank. I've already took like $30 worth of profit off of that. And just kind of just, you know, showing you guys like, again, not to impress anybody, not to come across as braggadocious. That's not my intent at all. My sole purpose intent is just showing you guys, you know, what levels to be looking at. A lot of the questions that I get sometimes when I'm doing my classes is, you know, where to enter, where to exit, things of that nature. You know, you got to look at those levels, and if those levels are respected, then it's literally telling you like, hey, take your profits here. You're like max level per se. But if it comes down a little bit lower, then guess what? You got a runner. If it moves back up to break even, then the move wasn't wasted. That's what I'm getting at. So I think we sat in this position for 20 minutes, a little bit over 20 minutes, 25 minutes, something like that. So $30 in 25 minutes. Like, think about that. Most people don't make that in an hour. And so then I'll leave that runner going, see where it wants to go. You know, if it goes to my TP where I'm at, then I'll do another 67 on it. And then just keep compounding. So the total move will turn out to be like basically a $100 move. So we'll 2x our account on one trade, you know, just utilizing $20 really. So you don't need to have a huge amount of capital. Even if you're starting with a $100 account, these are just moves that you can just take on your own and get to your entry, and not being greedy, right? Like seeing profit, like, okay, I'm going to take that. But what if it goes down lower? I could have made more. Yeah, you could have, but what if it goes the other way? then it's like, dang it. You know, I've missed out on a TP area. So it just makes the sitting in the entry worth your while, for like a better terminology. So if you even went to break even, I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. So we started with a $100 account on this challenge. We're up to roughly around 130 right now. And then we're just going to keep compounding that. And as we compound that through the course of the week, some of the entries will get a little bit bigger. You know, and then I'll show you exactly what I do. I'm taking as if, you know, if I only had a $100 account, what would I do? Yeah, I'm glad if we took profits there, right? What up, Panda? Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Welcome to the stream.
Look at me.
If you guys are not already following the channel, make sure you're following. It's a huge compliment to me, especially if you guys are enjoying the streams. Obviously, set your notifications. You'll know when I'm going live. And if you're not following me on X, my handle is right there on the very bottom, what you see on your screen. I_am_saint_. Yep, that's what it's about. Just building. Just building. Yeah, just finding the right coin, I think, what will really help you, right? I predominantly trade ETH, but obviously we can see how ETH has been behaving over the last 2 years now, like in this deep accumulation. It'll have its moment. It will shine, but you just got to build around it until you get that. And because ETH is just moving so stagnant, slow, then this is where, you know, a coin that's had a massive pump that calls for a normal correction to occur, it makes more sense. That's where you can make some of your profits.
Look at me.
Ideally, if ETH can push into that area, then that would be a huge help to the portfolio.
I'm in the business of improving people's lives.
More ads. Fantastic. Thank you.
Look at me. Look at me.
ETH and Dusk. Those are the two pairs that we're trading today. ETH and Dusk. We're doing a little 100 to 1,000 challenge this week. Nothing that was publicly posted. It's really those that are in the stream. You're in the know, so you'll know exactly what I'm doing. It's just a small treat to you guys that are showing up here. You know, I'll do something specific and special with you guys. Let me get some water, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, guys. I just took a little bit more profit off of the dusk short. I'll probably end up rotating those profits back into ETH. I'm gonna check on ETH here in a second. I just took a little bit more profit off of the dusk position. Not being greedy, just see profit, I'll take it. That position already 2x'd, so I can move you know, stop loss to break even and look for new ads down the road. I'm gonna check on ETH real quick myself. What is ETH doing besides like not performing? Okay, cool. So it's reclaiming New York. That's decent. Let's see if we can get a push to the upside. I didn't add to any longs or anything like that. I'm just holding my position from earlier. I feel like this is going to be the sweet spot for dusk. Right into this area. Yeah, we'll full TP in that area. If it runs back up, then we're good either way. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're very welcome. That's what it's about. You guys can watch me, but I'll also guide you at the same time and kind of let you know exactly what I'm doing. You know, everybody has a rhyme or reason. Some people are like, hey, you know what? I'm not going to take profit here. I see lower. That's on you. You know, some people don't adjust their stop loss. That's completely on you. I'm just essentially just walking you through exactly what I'm going to be doing. So if you're new to trading, or at least if you're new to the channel, my objective here is to help you be profitable, but more importantly is to help you build consistency. You know, to start building that discipline of going, okay, well, when I see profit, I'm going to take it, and then I'll slowly build and slowly build and slowly build. That way, you're just not blindly entering, saying, okay, well, price is going down, I'm just going to short here. You know, someone might see this and they're like, I'm going to short here, and then it pulls all the way to this area, and you know they're perplexed about that. So right now I'm looking for, we want to see rejection. Ideally, we'd want to see rejection off of this, what is that? 0.2, so hard to see. 24,335. This line right over here, I'll make that a little bit thicker for everybody to see. That area. Because we just closed underneath it, now you want to start to see rejection. If you can get rejection off of there, then we have more probabilities we go down to the downside. No, I'm not going to add to my short there. I don't have an interest. I'm just maintaining what I have here. You guys will grow to learn. Like I'm a patient guy. Look at ETH. ETH is actually making small little moves. Look at that. Yep, bounced right off of New York. Pushing. Let's see if we can get to this area. Right over here. What's here? Oh, that's the 3250. That's this level right over here. Yeah, I'll mark that off for us. And we'll set some alarms on that too. Now look at dusk. See? Look at dusk.
Look at me. Look at me.
Yeah. Let's see if it can reject this area. Maybe it comes a little bit higher, 24,621, something like that. You know, I want to see. Ideally, I would like to see it reject 24,317.
When a shopping cart smashed my headlight, we worried we'd have to fight to get paid for such a small claim.
And life would revolve around the shopping cart, shopping cart, shopping cart. But that never happened. Geico got it fixed fast.
Soup time. It feels good to get going again. It feels good to Geico.
Look at me.
ChatGPT, can I
Look
make
at me.
money online with $0?
Yes, you can. Using a new method
Man, I feel like I should have added to that short. I didn't, but I just feel like I should have. And just move my stop loss down.
Can you show me how to do it?
Certainly.
Step number 1, go to Craigslist for your local market and click on the housing category. Step number 2, click on this button to see the oldest listings for rent. Step number 3, find a property that's been sitting empty for at least 20 days or longer, because that means that the landlord is losing money and needs your help. Step number 4, copy the address, paste it into the
Yeah, that's got a 7. 1, 2, 3, 4.
The Airbnb Analyzer app shows
It's got to close above that. Yeah, I should have added to that. That's okay. That's alright. It's alright that I didn't.
Just showed you. Let me show you one of my Airbnb profiles that has 13 of my listings. As you can see right
I'm probably saying that loosely. I should have, but I could have.
Here's the receipts. This is how much I made last month. Now for transparency, I'm going to hit refresh. Here we go. This is how much I made this month. This is how much I made Now here's the best part.
Not really. I'm not shorting BTC.
That I don't own and that I've never visited before.
I mean, 92 is pretty a key level.
From my couch. Now I'm not the only one that's making this work. Let me take you to my Facebook group, show you
USDT broke down.
other people are making this work.
Yeah, a little bit.
Over here you have
Yeah, let's see if it can actually clear this imbalance right over here. If it can, then we should be good on our
He's in Florida. That's how much
on our ETH longs.
Over here you have Cindy. She's in Seattle. That's how much money she's made. Over here you have Robert. He's in California. That's how much money he's made.
We got a PM session coming in here now in a couple minutes.
She's made.
I would anticipate another little push down for
There's how
ETH.
much money she's made. And you have Kamran. He's in Vancouver, Canada. That's how much money he's
Yeah.
made. And finally,
Little push down, clear this imbalance over here, and then potentially move back up.
on and on. But the point is, other people are making this work without renting or owning any properties. Now, the best part about the Airbnb co-listing method is that it doesn't matter where you're from, it doesn't matter if you're new to business, and it doesn't even matter if you have no experience. You can plug into this system and start within days. And Airbnb co-listing works whether you live in a small town, a small city, or a big city. Now, I put together a free step-by-step training that unpacks the entire process.
Oh, there, here comes that impulse on wave.
To Z.
3 minute.
Land your first deal. So even if you never click on ads, make a one-time exception, because the reason this works so well is because only a handful of people.
Gosh, the ads. Sorry, guys. I know it's playing in the background. I'm zoning in on the charts and not paying attention to those stupid ads. Yes, I am. So let's get that. Let's see that pullback. Usually when you see a change of character, you get a pullback and then you'll get your break of structure. That pullback should probably come somewhere over here. Hey, praise God. Glad you're here, brother. Peace be with you. Yeah, BTC is at a shorting 93. Could have shorted 93. Yeah, you probably get a small pullback. Got to change the character. That could have been the pullback right there. And then look, I'd wait for the break of structure. That's just me. That's what I would have waited for. But see, it's not giving on both sides. You got to change the character, no break of structure. Then you got to change the character, no break of structure. Now you got to change the character. So that just kind of screams volatility to me. You got to change a character here on a slightly higher time frame.
Look at me.
And then here's your pullback. So I'm looking for something similar to that on Dusk. We were looking at a 3-minute. So see, we got to change a character here. I think a pullback can be inside of this zone, inside of this area. Just wait for the move to come to you. You know, don't ape in. That could also be the pullback area too. See, I'm looking at this, seeing if it is the pullback zone for it. We've already taken decent amount of profits on it, so
Look at me.
you know, we can close that area. See, it's testing that zone right now. Breaking above. This is the next area that I'm looking at to see if it's going to reject this level right over here.
Here you go. I don't care. It's all free.
Because you know, you got a small little fair value gap over here. See if it's going to start rejecting inside the zone. Feel some of this imbalance, and then come back down.
Inside of this group, and none of these people typically apply it. So if you just use it, I mean, I'm not going to guarantee it, but it works for me. It works for hundreds of our students. And I'm not going to do this for a long time because I like selling courses. It makes it a lot of money. So if you want to get this,
Oh my gosh, more ads.
Paid again, I would go hit the link right now.
Love it, YouTube. Love it. There, see? There's the pullback that I was talking about. I'm referring to. That's the pullback. Let's see if we can get our retracement off of that. Could always pull right back to entry. If it breaks above this and starts closing above this, then I'll close out. Still closing profits. So typically that's normal when you're trading smart money concepts strategy. You'll see a pullback and then you'll see a break of structure. That's typical. Mind you, we're on a lower time frame, so just like what we saw in BTC, it can give you change of character, change of character, change of character, change of character, no break of structures, which ultimately screams volatility. Yeah, it can pull all the way back up to here if it wanted to.
When we found out we were pregnant, of course, we were looking for any ways to slash bills, and Spectrum just had better deals.
That money.
Yeah, the indicators those are private. So if you want to shoot me a DM on Discord, if you're not inside Discord, then you can find me on Twitter. You can shoot me a DM there too. I'll be responding to all DMs once I hop off the stream. If I see a break structure to the downside, then I'm looking for exits. You know, because the break of structure, that's where longs are going to start entering. When you see that this line can get broken, it's trying to build support off of it.
Look at me. Look at me.
It's a little push down on that just now. Yeah, so basically just, you know, people that are longing here, expecting it to go all the way to here by now, it's just flushing those individuals down into these levels and possibly even to here. Over here, I'd look for additional take profits because, you know, that's flushing here. You get a break of structure. So then I would look for that over here. Okay, yeah, just like I said, just shoot me a DM. Is this another ad? Please don't be another ad. Are you actually music? Okay, you're actually music. Yeah, see, now it's bouncing off of that area. It's really going to be this box right over here that it needs to maintain. And the top of that box sits right at like 2473, so maybe get a higher low. I mean a lower high, excuse me. You get a higher high, then it opens the door for us to revisit back inside of these areas. And potentially even these areas. Same thing we were talking about before, up thrust, then you have distribution, right? Then you have a small breakdown, then you have another up thrust, a little bit of sideways, and then a flush, then you get your breaker structure. I'm on another screen down here. I'm looking at it from a 1 minute perspective. I think on your guys' screen I have it on 3 minutes, so you know, kind of splitting hairs, but just giving you guys the ideas. ETH is pushing up a little bit. ETH is 32.21. 3250 is like the real level that I want to see what occurs there. We could be getting rotation into ETH and out of mid caps. We'll see. And back inside this box again. 1, 2, 3, 4. It needs to close underneath here. Let me take the heat map off for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. It needs to close underneath this level right over here. So I'm gonna go ahead and just move that over because this becomes my new level for that setup phase to change. Let's just take heat maps off so we can just look at straight candles and we see what that looks like, which is ironically right where the change of character is at too. So that's where it needs to close underneath, not to get a breaker structure, but to just change this setup phase from a TD9 sequential perspective. ETH fighting for its life here. that would be ideal if we can get a rotation out of mid caps and into large caps for alts. And I think alts will perform a little bit better here. We'll get some type of reprieve. This has another minute left, so then go 4 back. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it really just needs to close underneath this one on the next candle. So I'll wait for that candle to come about here in the next minute. No, if it hits the red line, it just changes the setup phase. This is all the little numbers that you see on top here, the 2, 3, 4. This is called this is called a bearish setup phase. It's the opposite of what you're thinking in the sense of, you know, bearish means going lower. Bearish means that it's going to go higher. So you have to have higher highs. Usually you have about 9. Excuse me. You'd have about 9 candles that are printing higher on what's called a setup phase. To change the setup phase to what's called a bullish setup phase, which would point towards lower lows, it would need to break this structure right here, or break this line right over here. It needs to close underneath this line. So if it taps it, you'll see these numbers change. 1, 2, 3, 4. But see, now it's the next session. Now you can see that's the setup phase. So now it would need to close above this line right here in order to change the setup phase. Right now, that's, you see how I just printed a 1? So that's a bullish setup phase. If it closes above here, then that flips it back to a bearish setup phase. And then the probability of us going higher into like these levels right over here where these liquidity pockets sit, they start to increase. You see how slow ETH moves, and I have a larger margin on ETH on my long position, and I have smaller margins on my dusk position, but I've already made more profit on my dusk position than my ETH position. It's just another reason why, like, just looking at an alternative coin, something that's kind of fast moving, that way when you have your main baby, for lack of better terminology, and it's not performing the way that you want to perform, you can look at mid caps and get, you know, a little bit of more aggressive moves. So 4 back from here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then this is going to be the new level here to change the setup phase. So when anytime you hear me specifically, you know, when I'm talking about levels, I'm talking about TD9 sequential levels, and I'm looking at fib levels. That's mainly what I'm referring to. I could also be referring to, I could also be referring to session levels. All right, but that's the reference. So then this kind of tells us, like, this area right over here, this was the pullback from the change of character. Now, if this performs the way we're looking for that breaker structure. That breaker structure would come beneath this level over here, somewhere inside this area over here.
Look at me.
We have some liquidity pockets that sit inside this zone. Here.
I want to be rich. Wishing for more money? All you need is your phone. No.
And now the setup phase changes again. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's underneath here.
Look at
See how that now it just the candles above it, that setup phase just changed to a 1. Yeah, that looks like it wants to push up. Probabilities like just decrease as we start to change the setup phase. No interest in personally longing it. That's just I don't have an interest in longing this, you know, at these levels where dusk is at. I have lower targets that I would consider longing outside of these areas, and much lower targets if we get, you know, a structure breakdown to the downside. Good morning. Just try to set your notifications for the stream. I try to stream, you know, around 8:30 in the morning, and I try to ride with you guys till about 4:30 on Mondays, and then Tuesdays, Wednesdays I ride with you guys until about Asia, and then Thursdays, you know, I'll be in here a little bit later because we have our class in Discord on Thursdays. So usually I'll be here like around like 10:30 or so on Thursdays to about 4:30, and then Fridays 8 a.m. to about 4:30. But just set your notifications. You'll get me 5 days out of the week, and I'll walk you through it. If you're impatient, scalping is for you, because that's where scalpers can thrive. To be honest with you, that's where impatience becomes a superpower. Setup phase changed again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still relatively same level, just right above here. There. I don't know, that just looks like redistribution inside that area. If I'm wrong, it's, you know, it's all good. You know, the position performed. Oh, excuse me. I'll look at River in a little bit. I'll put it on the list. I'm just managing some scalps right now at the moment. Keep floating around inside this area. Set a phase, just flip back over. Let's look at 21 minute real quick. Let's see what we've got brewing there. That's definitely not a C. Got a bearish, bullish set of phase on a 21. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I could see that happening. What is that? 24,852.
This is how I'd learn AI in 2026 if I wanted a fresh start at 50. Watch this. So this is how I became the most
To change that setup phase, we'll go back down to a 3-minute.
One habit changed everything. I replaced social media with micro-learning. Now, instead of wasting time on social media, I spend 15 minutes a day actually
Now we
learning
just
how to
wait.
use AI for writing, planning, brainstorming, the real work. That's it, just one skill a day. This is the 28-day AI challenge built for beginners over 40. Starts tomorrow. Tap the screen to join us and try the one habit that really makes you unstoppable.
Look at me. Look at me.
Would you be happy if you stayed where you are in life and job forever? If the answer is yes, then this video is not for you. But if you want
No,
to
it's not for
finally
me.
achieve the time, location,
I think I can do an NCS on Apple because I won't get any ads on there. I'll look into that tonight. I typically like to review my work, you know, how the streams went, things like that. See what can be approved upon. Not just review counts or anything like that, but more so make it worth everyone's while. So I'm constantly reviewing my own work. And music is on the list. I get away from these ads. It's an RTX 3090. The update on ETH, pretty much the same plan we've been monitoring. It's seeing if it can hold this area, this purple box, this zone, and we can get a push at some point, sometime going into February, into these levels. So some of us started building longs, you know, as we got into these levels, into these areas. Got a break of structure, 3 break of structure so far on ETH. I would even consider taking some profits on that, to be honest with you guys.
It's not your stuff you're protecting. It's the things that don't come with a receipt. Your traditions, your moments, your peace of mind. That's what ADT helps protect.
It's weird for accumulation if it's going to accumulate there. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. Now you got me out in the deep. Feeling I'll be wrapped around your neck. When you burn me out like a cigarette. Yeah. Drifting in the city, no sleep.
If you're inside Discord, I posted this idea yesterday as well too. So in the beginning of the streams, I'll walk you guys through as far as what I'm looking at, as far as high time frames, the ideas, as far as what I'm working with. And then as we go through the stream, I'll start operating from a lower time frame, mainly looking at scalps, entries, exits, things like that. If you're ever curious as to, like, you know, what's my thought process on this, you can always just rewind the live to the very beginning, and you can kind of catch a recap as far as what I'm looking at. And then once you have that, you can just fast forward it back to live. So that way you can be in the know. It's just a thought. It makes everything easier for everybody. You can watch it at your own pace, then come back and ask questions if you have questions. And it helps me and eliminates me having to repeat the same thing over and over again for anybody that's popping in later in the day. It's just a 1 minute, but maybe Dusk is forming a channel here. That'd be great. That would give us a break of structure at 23. I think that's one of the levels that we were looking at. I was just looking at it here on a 1 minute.
Look at me.
Just kind of getting an idea.
Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
Possible. Don't know. And needs a literally just needs to have a big push down to the downside. Right there. It's maintaining that level. So another reason why I like to utilize TD9 sequentials, because it's based off of, it's real time, right? So it's not a lagging indicator, it's not a lagging strategy. You can see the candles as they perform in real time. So if you're building entries or if you're looking for TPs, what have you, you know, that gives you a barometer of what to work with.
Look at me. Look at me.
Those 3200s are going to be hard for ETH bulls right now. I like where it's at now, to be honest with you. Because I was looking at it as a wave 2, and then a wave 3 would be like at 3250, 3295. So if I came back and revisit that area, then obviously it would invalidate the wave count, but then I would just look to re-long it. So I'm okay with just taking an L on it if I take an L on it. The Dusk short would make up for any burns that I have on ETH. What's my thought process on AI? Make it more difficult? Not necessarily. I mean, AI's pretty much already been around. That's where bots come in. And there's bot trading. There's a couple bot traders. If you look on Hyperbot, there's a wallet that I track. This guy is doing roughly like 59 trades at a time. There's no way he's doing that by hand. There's no way. So he's most likely got a bot that's running it for him. I think bots are great. I'm just kind of old school like that. I like the art and like the science behind just, trading with your hand, if that makes sense. But I mean, I don't think AI would hurt the trading model. because AI is essentially going to just pull data from different data points, traders, public information, things of that nature, and there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of strategies that are out there. There's different type of risk management. You know, AI may give you a position where it's strategizing it from like an investor perspective. You know, if you're trying to do spot bags or something like that. But I mean, AI is a great tool, you know, to help you with analyzing charts. If you want to deepen education, I think it's a good research tool that you can just pull different data, and it can be tuned to your learning. Like you can set a prompt saying, "Hey, you know, teach me Elliott Wave's thesis, you know, at a high school reading level," you know, and then it can break it down for you that way too. And then you can just kind of peel back the onion from there, and then go and test it. You're welcome. I already closed my short on ETH. I closed my short. I shorted from 33.63 down to that level of 31.81 inside that area, and then I took profits and then just closed it. Right now we're looking at shorts for dusk, seeing if the dusk shorts can maintain and hold themselves, if they can perform.
Look at me.
I do coding, yeah, on PineScript. I've coded all my indicators. Some of them have taken me some time. My harmonic one, not gonna lie, my harmonic one took me almost a year. It's about like 874 lines. But I, excuse me, I have about 88 different harmonic patterns that it pulls from. And I wanted to design it not necessarily where a pattern is invalidated, where you'd set your stop loss at invalidation for a pattern. I set the stop loss. I actually made them customized. You can adjust your own stop loss and TPs, but I mainly designed them to where they're right around like 2.01% away from entry for stop loss. So the way my indicator reads is, yeah, it may go into stop loss, but it doesn't mean that the pattern is invalidated. So it's just, you know, for anyone that's utilizing it or anything like that, who doesn't know much about harmonics or wants to get into harmonics, they can trade it a little bit safer, saying, okay, well, I don't know much about this, but, you know, this is my stop loss. I'm going to follow suit. This is my entry. This is my stop loss. But with the grain of salt knowing that the pattern could still be valid, so you should look for a better entry, whether it's, you know, a bullish harmonic or a bearish harmonic, what have you. Oh, classic right there. Good morning, Vietnam. That is the classic. Yeah, I missed that guy, Robin Williams, man. He was one of my favorite comedians growing up as a young guy. So Dusk looks like it wants to try to take out these shorts right over here. That's what I'm gauging right now. That's how I'm looking at it. I was looking at a potential channel. You know, maybe it comes up a little bit higher into these areas. Let's see, there's no break of structure. No change of character, on the bullish side yet, so this just screams volatility to me. Still coming inside of this red box. And once it breaks that box, then I'll just be out. Yeah, I'm out.
Look at me. Look at me.
Let's go, boys. One thing I've noticed about football fans is they all talk like the players can actually hear them.
Proud of you. Looking good. Keep it up.
But when you have Geico insurance,
See, change a character. It's trying to get a change of character here. That's what I was saying. It's just extreme volatility here in that area. So just wait for it to cool down. We made our profits on it. Happy to walk away from that. And just wait for the next opportunity to come for dusk.
It feels good to be heard. It feels good to Geico.
If it just completely plummets all the way down to these levels, that would be a little disheartening, but okay, we'll just wait.
I'm going to tell you exactly why. See, the difference between these guys and you isn't looks or money or luck. It's that they know exactly how to make a woman feel the right things. And when women
Oh my
feel
gosh,
right,
what kind of ad is this? Go away. There's a shaved bottom right here too. Yeah, they're flushing out these shorts right over here. Came into this fair value gap that's set right over here. There's no shaved head here, but now you got a fair value gap that sits here with a shaved bottom. No real interest in shorting that.
Look at me.
And so when these boxes get violated, I just remove them.
Look at me. Look at me.
Coming into a previous resistance area, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, see it's testing this top of this line right over here, so I'll move that there. See what it's testing? It's trying to switch the setup phase on a higher time frame here. Risky short to pull it here, but I could see the method to the madness if you did. I might join you. I want to see what happens on this candle. If it has a big push up into this level right over here, back into the 25s. Yeah, see that's printing a 9. It just printed a 7 that was higher. So this trend's not done yet. We got a liquidity pocket that sits right here at the 25s again. Bro, you're not going to go all the way down. Are you going to go down now? Yeah, look for something right around here inside this area.
This is going to be built. This is going to be real. It's amazing to make.
No way. No way. Shooting star on a 1 minute.
Guide to moving day. Step 1, get T-Mobile 5G home internet with 2-day free shipping. Step 2, get online in 15 minutes. Step 3, unpack, maybe tomorrow. Make your house a home on day 1. Get T-Mobile 5G home internet for just $50 a month.
It needs a bounce here if it's going to go up to these levels to collect that liquidity up there. Yeah, there it goes. Aren't you glad you took profits down here? Aren't you glad? See, just don't be overly committed to these positions. Just in and out, in and out, in and out. That's the discipline I'm trying to instill in you guys. ETH, I'm back on the struggle bus. Yeah, that should push a little bit higher. That should push into this area. I'm waiting for that little flush right over here. There it is.
Look at me.
There it is. Yeah, I'm gonna look to start building shorts around that. That's what I was waiting for. See, because that 9 that 9 had a failure. Excuse me. And so it pushed right above. So built on that. There it is. No. Dump, please. There's a minute left on this candle. 1, 2, 3, 4. The next phase is going to open up in a bear setup phase, so just be careful. I moved my stop loss to break even on that one. In the event that I push a little bit higher. It's a strong move, yeah, it is. You know, on a 1 minute. Well, the short that I was talking about was right over here. Right above here. because we had a 9 failure here because you had your 7 and your 8. Your 7 was higher than your 8 and your 9, so that's why you get this. It creates a balance, and then trigger it from there. And then I move stop loss back to break even in the event. It's a good little flush down so far. So I'm not too proud here. Just take like 25% off like that. And just let the rest ride. Small little profit. And if it goes the full distance, you'll do 141. If it goes the full distance. Yeah, this is a little bit more exciting than watching ETH. I swear, ETH right now is like watching paint dry. It's just, my brain hurts. We can get some better moves on Dust. I'm not saying Dust is a better coin right now. It's just that that's where most people are rotating out of. People are still trying to push Dusk higher. I don't blame them, but I think it just needs to test, you know, those 22 handles, 20 handles. Perfect world would be testing 15 handles, but we will see.
We need to use you to find them and destroy them. Are you in? Tell me why you chose me.
So you can do this on a 1 minute, kind of like I was talking about the same boxes before. You know, as new boxes start developing. Right, and so I'm just going to go left right over here to this body. Scooch that over. I like to see what areas it tested. I like to kind of expand it a little bit. See if that's going to be a new zone right over here, because you had your up thrust, small little correction, then you kind of went sideways, so you had distribution area over here. So basically retested a distribution area over here. This looked like this was accumulation inside the zone, because if I look left, there was support over here that took us to that high. So it's basically retesting this zone right over here. So you had accumulation inside this zone, retesting previous resistance area. Accumulation on top of it, up thrust, then you had a reaccumulation, then you had to move like that. But you also have a shaved bottom right here. So inducement is essentially what I'm kind of driving home here. That looks like inducement. This setup phase needs a 1, 2, 3, 4. It literally needs to come down to that level. Same level we were at before. 24 and some change. Yeah, I'm playing the, I mean, I just got to find non-copyright. I got to build a non-copyright playlist. If I do it through YouTube, then it's going to give me ads. But if I do it through Apple, I think I can build one there. So I'll probably do that later tonight. I prefer just taking profits, to be honest with you. Because I don't want my stop to be hunted, and I'd rather just take profits, and if it keeps going, it is what it is. But you know, just being content with the profits, I'm like, okay, I'm good with that. I can live with that. Looks like it's stuck inside of this wave B. Right, this was the wave B area. And if wave B wasn't done, then it'll have another push up to the upside, which this wave B wasn't done for a correction, ABC correction. That's what I'm looking at. So just so you guys have an idea. I was looking at that and then coming down to here for C. But if B is not done, then B has all these levels that it can tap into. There's a little bit more liquidity to the downside. Well, there's a lot more liquidity to the downside, but nevertheless, there is some liquidity pockets that sit inside the zone. You know, right around, what is that, 26 again. And then we have some fib levels that sit right in between that of 0.786. So would not be surprised if it just, you know, had a high yaw move to the upside. That's why I set my stop loss to break even. See, in a 1 minute, it's giving us these funky moves. See, up thrust and then accumulate here in this area. So those are all on the table for us. Okay, my mouse just decided to die on me here. There you go.
You want some Skittles?
Yeah, I do.
And they're trying to pull off a scallop here on a 1 minute.
Well, most teenagers
But
don't have
that's,
Skittles for 'em.
Yeah, well, if you go on Go Puff, you can see
yeah,
the
that
Skittles
won't
are
make any
celebrating their
sense
big
getting a
commercial
scallop
starring
there
to someone's house.
after an up thrust. I could see a scallop after a bottom, like something like this. Up thrust, came down and small little scallop. They're trying to do the same thing here.
Deliver the rainbow, taste the rainbow.
Talk to me. Why have you been avoiding me so much lately? Did I do something wrong, or was it maybe something I said? I'm going crazy thinking about it.
Oh! But there's a lot of time in the sense of time frames. Like if I'm on a 21 minute, there's a lot of time in this candle. There's still 12 more minutes left inside of that. And you got some liquidity pockets. You got an imbalance right over here, so I really want to see what occurs right here inside of this level. It decides to bounce and then come right back up again. So then we're inside of this ping pong mode, if you will. You got another change of character here. That's on a 1 minute. Let's go over to the 3 minute. That's kind of what we were looking at earlier. You got a 13 here on the lead up phase. That's I like to see that. The lead up phase is showing this trend is running into you know, its pinnacle peaks. That's what the TD9 is telling us. You know, flushing these longs would be ideal. And then coming down to here would be, whew, that'd be Gucci. Yeah. Yeah, I have the same habit too. Got my alarms on my phone, and then my phone's right on my pillow, and then I hear the vibrations like in the middle of the night. I'm like, oh god, what's going on? You know, here at 1:30, I'm just gonna take like a 5-10 minute break. I'll still be here. Just take a break, stretch my legs. Been sitting for a little while. Hmm.
Oh, and good luck with your buddy in the Mercedes.
Feel like we're falling away. Maybe I just need to feel nothing to make it easier to turn away, leave. Maybe we're fanning the flame. So why do I keep holding out my hand to get burned? I don't wanna clash anymore. I can hear the ghosts in the walls. It's telling me to run away.
Interesting. It'd be interesting if it holds that trend line.
Breaking apart, seeing the end.
Yeah, that trend line's rejecting off that trend line. Something to be just paying attention to, see if it becomes liquidity or if it's actually a true, true breakdown. I gotta move this over. Let's put some fib zones on real quick. Let's scooch this over a little bit. Mind you, I'm on a 3-minute. So let's actually go to a 21. Do I have this on a 21? No, I don't. I'll stick to a 3 here. Let's just move this over. Oh man, that would have to go. I'd have to go higher. Trying to see where this makes sense.
Switch to TurboTax.
Yeah, something like that.
The app by 228.
So this will probably put me in here, maybe even here. Extension levels. Okay. And what is that? 22? Some change? It'll front run all these levels over here. That would be a truncated wave C. Can I get to here? The only other way to look at that is
Booking.com, booking.yeah.
A, B, C. That's a weak C though. That's the only way that that works. It's the only way that that works. It's like around 5 o'clock. So this box would be a liquidity box area. You guys want me to leave the chart up while I take a quick break? If not, you just be seeing a standby scene. But I can leave the chart up for you guys if you guys prefer that. Yeah, look at ETH coming all the way back. ETH, man, you're so weak, bro. Oh, you're bouncing off that trend line. Either that trend line becomes liquidity or... Alright, we can make a move off of it. Got a couple bounces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got like 5 bounces off of that. Got a ton over here, but this is really where it originated from. Got 2 over here with a double top. What is that? 32, 34. Let's see, let's go back to this. Alright, I'll be here. I'll be in the background.
looks like you're backing up a bit here. Okay, Luann? Is there a Luann in the house?
Remember, you don't work here. Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Luann going once.
Picking up the pieces of a broken heart, guess I was chosen. Stitch it back together, better late than never, steady motion. Can't control my fate, but I control all these emotions. I'm not broken, I'm not broken. Already cried my tears enough for an ocean. I've been in the cold rain on my parade. I'm still on my feet, stand tall like a mountain. I am undefeated, made for the game. Gravity can take his arms around my legs and try to pull me. I'll still levitate. The greatest gift I got is being is holy. One thing I learned, pain hurts but don't control me. I'm not broken, I'm not broken. Already cried my tears enough for
Oh.
All the ladies hold up, hop in the ride, it's a brand new motor. Get on a fly, live la vida loca. My body fine, it's a Coca-Cola. Hold on. No one no sleep and I swear to total. Throwing it back when I press rewind. Losing her mind when she see that motion. Yeah, straight to the bag, get racks in the morning. Star boy on the film named Marin. Feel like Brazil had a man them ballin'. Shoot my shot, then I'm scoring. No one does it better. Body curving, how she swerving like a trafficker. We can have a party in the favela. Body curving, how she swerving like a trafficker. We can have a party in the You never seen this before. Now I got 4 songs on a billboard. You don't even know about me, no. Used to listen to so much, you know. They said I would never get better. They said I would never get better. Party in there, party in there. Party in there, party in there. Losing her mind when she see that motion. Yeah. No one does it better. Body curving, how she swerving like a trafficker. We can have a party in the favela. Body curving, how she swerving like a trafficker. We can have a party in the
Look at me.
Introducing the new Shows experience on YouTube. A new way to watch the latest series and episodes of your favorite content, all in one place.
We jump straight into it. Welcome to the podcast.
We've explored all kinds of new ideas and new technologies that could change the world that we live in.
We're going to be bringing you curveballs. Maybe even some Hot Ones legends will be returning.
This is the world's highest basketball show.
Pick up where you left off and head right into the next episode. Find your next show on YouTube.
What'd I miss?
Look at me. Look at me.
Oh, look at that. This thing is deciding to push up. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out on that. Dusk short. It just ran my stop.
Look at me. Look at me.
That happens. I watch this thing start dropping. Then I'll just wait. ETH. Poor ETH. Bro, you better go up. You better keep going higher.
Look at me.
Yeah, just waiting for
Look at me.
dust to go higher. I'm gonna be looking at 25, 962, and then I'm also looking at 27 because it has those habits. I'm so glad that we took profits where we took profits. Not only being round tripped, but essentially just being pushed out. Yeah, that should go higher. Just waiting now. It just ran. Everyone stops, didn't you? Where do you hail from? You're running from those? But you were higher than that. Yeah. I can get rid of this. I don't need that anymore. It's okay. We built the account to 140 so far. ETH is not really doing anything, so I'm not even really... I mean, I'm counting it, but not really doing anything. I mean, yeah, it's inside that zone right over here. Ideally, we want to see like this level holds. If it doesn't hold this level, then this is the next level. And wave B wasn't essentially done. I'm going to attempt to open up inside this red box inside here. I prefer for it to go higher for a better entry. I feel like that's pretty risky inside this zone right over here. But, you know, no risk, no reward. Alright. Min. I'm gonna run a very tight stop loss on this. Because that's printing an 8 right now. So that tells me that 9's has potential to go higher going 4 back. 1, 2, 3, 4. 8's got to collapse underneath here. 24, 860. So there's a good possibility we get back into this box right over here.
I dare you to let me build.
That's why I'm just gonna run a tighter stop loss.
E-commerce store.
I lose like maybe like $3.
Handpicked products that are trending all over the world, basically validated by AI from a trending product database.
Oh my gosh!
From one
More
of the top
ads.
vendors on the planet.
More ads.
And the
Yeah, ETH looks like it's about to come back to my entry. It's pretty much already at my entry. It broke that trend line, so it took trend line liquidity on that. Can I expand that? Yeah, I can expand that a little bit. Scoot you over like that. Scoot you down just a little bit like that. Yeah. Let's see if that holds. Damn it, actually on my Bitfinex chart I actually already had that line marked. ETH should be able to bounce here. Should. Operative word, should. Yeah, I mean, majority of people want ETH to move up because they feel like this is a deep enough correction, and I don't disagree with that per se. I don't disagree with it.
Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
Let's see if Dust can do the same thing. I had a small little add to my ETH long. Excuse me. What's up, Juan? Welcome, welcome. Oh, absolutely, brother. God bless you, man. You know, the word says faith grows by hearing the word of God. I'm just a vessel. I'm glad it helped, brother. And peace be with you. God bless you all. ETH doesn't look like it wants to give. I'm probably going to get lower. I'm probably going to get like 31.93. It's probably going to flush that line, that trend line. That's what I see happening. You know, on a higher time frame for Rusk, you know, there's a 618 level that I think sits right around 26. It's a strong 618 level. All right, so I'm out on ETH. I'm gonna look back here now. See if I can get back in.
Your perfect domain is out there. Go to Wix and make it yours. Claim your space online. Own your name, your brand, your breakthrough.
See, it's this 3206. That's where the imbalance was.
It all starts with a domain.
And that's an 8 printing as well too.
He'd have some choice words. But with KFC's $5 bowls packed with all this
Look at
crispy
me.
chicken, he wouldn't have any words at all because his mouth would be filled with gravy and greatness. 5 KFC bowls for just $5 each.
It looks like if it doesn't hold this line, then this is the next level. 3193s and some change. A little double bottom on, what am I on, 1 minute? The 1 minute. Let's see if that can maintain itself. I don't fully trust it, to be honest with you. And so if I do this trend like so, see, now it's starting to reject it. That's the concerning part.
Look at me.
Needs a hold. Yeah, that's what I was looking at for bottoms, yeah. We'll go back to Rusk real quick. Yeah, see, that's printing an 8. There's a 7 there, so 1, 2, 3, 4. It literally needs to crawl back down to 24 something, 24 and some change. So the way I was marking this off from actually, yeah, from an 8 minute is looking at this as being like a wave 2 and then us going into a wave 3, but that doesn't look like a wave 3, to be honest with you. And if that was a wave 4, you know, then just no, just put it that way. So this still looks like it's a potential wave 3. Took small profits on the Rusk short. Nothing to write home mom about. But it's already printed like another 20 bucks for us so far. And that was a risky one that I was pulling off there.
Star family commitment to high quality, real, natural cheese. Sargento, a promise you can taste.
Yeah, because that I don't like that 9. This 7, 8, 9. I don't like that. I swear I got trust issues with ETH. Yeah, this could be the rotation. Let's see. Like if we see Rusk just completely die and ETH gets a little bit of reprieve and some pump, and that tells us that there's rotation. And the way to gauge that is just look at price action, to be honest with you. I mean, there's other tools that you can utilize too, right? You can use total and things like that. But if I'm just gauging price action, that's kind of what I'm looking at. No, not this cycle. I'm waiting. I'll wait until ETH gets to 2200s, maybe 1900s, and then I'll start looking at some spots. I took a sabbatical, if you will, for like 6 months or so. 6 months, 8 months, actually 9 months. And I missed my spot opportunity around like 1300. Just did a deep unplug, if that makes any sense. So once we get to those levels to, you know, some of my targets for spot, then definitely. Yeah, that looks awfully suspicious here. Nice move into 20 would be great, man. Nice move into 20 would be great.
If you're so profitable, why do you sell a course? Well, you know what? Here you go. I don't care. It's all free. I'm giving it away. We have like 6 different courses in here.
Alright, what does ETH look like on this time frame? Fighting for its life. Help! Send help! See what we get here. 32.51. I'd actually be content with that for a short term. Yeah, and then 32.95. I'd be content with that too. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me, by the way. Just FYI. So we usually do like a hard stop around 4:30, right around bell close. So just if anybody's curious, that's kind of what the schedule will look like. Around that time, I have some personal things that I need to take care of, but that's usually on Mondays. And then we'll be back again. Same time tomorrow, 8 a.m. Try to get in before. I try to get in when the market opens, 8 a.m. And then cash markets will open like around 9:30. So I try to get in beforehand to kind of gauge where that move is going to be. Even when I'm off, I'm still looking at charts. So I'm still looking at charts through Asia. And sometimes if I just so happen to be up, which I sleep like a deer, I'll be looking at London sessions as well too. Optimal, not I wouldn't say necessarily optimal, but big movements I've typically seen like around 3 a.m., 4 a.m., you know, with London. So London's really been taking the ball for majority of the markets over the last like week and a half, at least for this month. That's what I've been noticing. So I say that because in the event that you're like, hey, I want to, you know, what's a good session for me to be looking at trading? I'd be definitely be looking at London. And I'd be looking at New York. Asia opened up with a dump, which that was a pretty violent dump, but it was something that was needed.
But I don't like need to vape, you know? I only do when my friends do it.
More ads. Fantastic. So I want to see if we can hold this level for let's look at some liquidity. It's one thing that we should be looking at here. Let's go ahead and transition that over real quick and let's take a peek at what liquidity looks like. Yeah, there's a nice little pocket that sits like right around 3170. If it was going to flush that, that puts us at 3089 inside those levels. But if we're going to push up, you know, and we see a short squeeze, then yeah, that puts us like 3441 all the way to like 3500s. If you really want to go gangbusters, you know, that's 3700s. But you know, I think that's me hitting the Hopi can a little bit too hard there. So we'll see. We'll see what that looks like. What I'm hoping for is seeing a rotation. You know, so you gotta change a character, break a structure. You know, and on this right here, you got really a double bottom on this 3206 area. This 3206 is pretty pivotal because if we go to like a 55 right over here, see there's an imbalance that sits over there. So all these moves over here is just basically just creating a balance inside the market. From an imbalance perspective, I still want to see if we can get if we went to 3700s, why would that occur? Is because essentially you have a flag, if there is a flag. That's if this bear flag gets invalidated. We start moving. We get back into this area over here, and the next move would be up. That's the only way possible that I see that occurring. If we do get a, if we do get a bull flag in that. One of these fib levels that we were marking off, this is measuring the vertical run up, right? So from the swing low to the swing high, you know, typically if there are going to be flags can form around like 618 down to 0.76 area. So those levels are still 100% on the table. But when I dialed it down to a lower time frame, I was looking at, you know, wave 1, wave 2, wave 3. So then what happens over here? Then maybe we get like a wave 4 pull down to here, and then we get a wave 5 over here, and then maybe we accumulate, and then we'll have a breakout. So all just possibilities. Is being a little sneaky bugger. It's just it's running stops. That's basically what it's doing. Russ just needs a quick cascade down and then move right back up. Yeah, they're pretty low in fees. It's, you know, one of the reasons why I like them too. And I think they just made an adjustment to the VIP levels and the fees that are associated, so they actually made them cheaper. You know, but like any exchange, you know, they can have their anomalies and things that occur. I think it was, I believe it was actually on October 10th. I think every single exchange pretty much went through that, and a lot of these exchanges are written off the back of Binance API release code from that perspective. So like if Binance crashes, chances are other exchanges are going to be experiencing some anomalies in their moves. I want to check on ETH and see if I should just de-risk here, because we're right back at the same ridiculous levels. Can't get out of this box. It's so hard to get out of that box. Let's double check on USDT. That makes sense. USDT hasn't even come to this area yet.
Do it yourself by February 28th. No matter your tax situation. Get the
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's got to get back into this zone to flip it, but I would expect it to come down to this level, then move right back up again.
A toy piano. Yep. A rocking horse. Yep.
So I just wouldn't be overly committed to the ETH long. Yeah, it's not the sexiest of positions, and see, it looks like it wants to retrace back down. 1, 2, 3, 4. It needs to close above here. Change that setup phase. I'm just being a little bit more patient with ETH because I'm just anticipating rotation. That's why. So I'm open to just, you know, cutting my losses and then re-entering at a slightly lower price. Even if I have to pay a little bit in fees, I'm okay with that. You know, we took profits on our Rust short earlier in the day. It's sitting in profits right now as well too. So really this becomes like the hedge, if you will, until I actually build a true hedge on ETH. That was its one move, man. That was its one move, and just retraced a good chunk of that. I need to clean this up a little bit. Oh man, this is so messy. I'll do that later. That's gonna give me anxiety. I'll clean that later. We got about 2 more hours on the stream here, so always feel free to ask questions. Try to answer them as much as possible. Just try to limit the questions to what's your entry, what's your stop loss. It's literally on my charts, so you got to see it here, or just follow along and you'll hear me call it out.
What can we ever bounce on the rhythm?
Huh? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, man. All right. Word advice, guys: don't try to trade and cook at the same time. You'll forget that the water's boiling. $32.81 makes it worth the while. That goes to $35.17. That seems better.
And when you get iPhone 17 Pro on Spectrum, you get the same seamless connection you love at home. On the go.
Get the new iPhone 17 Pro, now available on Spectrum.
Here's a fun one. Guys, pretend like you're holding up the building behind you. Make sure. Yeah. That's
Okay,
great.
now give her phone back.
How do y'all know each other? You friends?
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
Oops, my finger was in it.
Oh. So let's see. So if I can get down to this TP, it'll do 136. If I can get, what I'm really looking for is I just want to see this get flushed, and that puts us at a it's like 0.20. So that's this fib right over here, 1.13. If it goes lower, it goes lower. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. But I want to see that this area over here kind of maintain, because there's good support. So I want to see it get tested. And it's the resistance level that sits right over here too. So if we can get to that level, then that would be decent profit for us. I got an impulse candle brewing on a 3-minute here for dusk. I keep wanting to call it rusk. Let's see if we can get an impulse down. There it is. There's one. That's good. Let's see if that impulse can maintain itself. Now we got to change a character. Probably get another test on that. See how I was talking about earlier as far as like change a character, all volatility. So you have people stepping in trying to long this candle. And just keep attacking it, right? 40 here, 40 there, 40 here, 40 there. Should call this stream the 40 stream. But this is how you would handle it if you got a small account, right? So sitting at, 100% ROI, then look to, take your profits where you see fit. I'm just going to go ahead and scalp a little bit out of that. And then I'll just use those same profits for ad backs. Look for ad backs either on ETH or look for ad backs to shorts, what have you. So still, if I come to full TP area, then I'll do 102. If I come back to break even, made $15 within a couple minutes, within like 15, 20 minutes. So the time spent on it was worth it. That's really all I'm trying to illustrate with you guys. Is this connecting with you guys? Does this make sense? Is this helping you guys as you're going along? Okay. 9 minutes? Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so now it's going to have probably a small little pullback. Let's see what that pullback looks like. Remember, we still had a 9 failure over here at this level. So I would not be surprised if we had a pullback all the way up to here. Because you do have a 9 failure that sits there. We did get it on a 1 minute. But yeah, we don't have any break of structures or anything like that on that time frame. And let's look at an 8 real quick. Okay. I can stomach that. Oh, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. I don't ask for pats on my back or anything like that. I just want to make sure that you guys are tracking with me. It's all right. You'll definitely get another opportunity with Dusk. Dusk is pretty aggressive. It's perfect for scalps. Like I said, 20 here, 20 there, 40 there, 40 there. Just take your profits and then ride. In a perfect world, you want everybody to see the same thing that you're looking at and saying, oh, well, it's a bear flag. Get to this level and then just takes this level for liquidity and moves up. I think the probabilities for flags, bull flag, bear flag, bull pennant, bear pennant, I believe the probability is like 47%, something like that they actually break down to the downside. So they don't always carry the highest probabilities overall. I think specific candles do. One of the candles that carries the highest probability is going to be engulfing candles. Engulfing candles have like 73% reversal rates. It's just making sure that you know where you're looking at that engulfing. If you see a bullish engulfing and you're already at an uptrend, even though the probability is 73%, remember that's a reversal candle. So if you're already in an uptrend and you had like a small little dip, then your probabilities, being roughly around 27% that it's not going to perform are kind of going to lean more that way, if that makes any sense to you guys. Now, if you have a bearish engulfing on a downtrend, a deep correction, and then you have a bounce, maybe you have a little accumulation, and then all of a sudden you see a bullish engulfing, then yeah, 73%. And then the opposite's true if you're on an uptrend, kind of moving sideways. Maybe you got a shooting star, maybe you have a double shooting star followed with a bearish engulfing, then that's kind of screaming reversal. So candle analysis really goes a long way when you're trading, especially with crypto. Somebody asked me if I teach my kids. This is kind of actually what I do teach my kids, my son specifically. He knows how to identify a trend, so now it's working on identifying like certain candles to be looking for. Haven't evolved him into patterns or anything like that because I think he'll squirrel too much. Like, look, Dad, there's a triangle. He'll lose focus. But same thing I would teach anybody is like just try to understand how candles work, because candles, number one, candles are real time. There's really no lagging in them, and then you're working with the probabilities with those candles. Yep. He's always like, Dad, you looking at candles? I'm like, sure am, bud. He'll watch for a little bit, then he's like, can you play some Fortnite with me? I'm like, alright. I got you. So I did take some profits on Dusk. Closed a little bit there. Did roughly around like 20 bucks on that one so far. Just considering how it keeps going up and down like that, it's always going to keep giving you an entry. So that's why I'm just not overly committed to it. I'm just playing around with the trend line, not necessarily, oh, it's going to respect that trend line, it's going to drop. Like, I'm just playing around with it, seeing where there's resistance, if there's any confluence of those areas. So when you see me do this, I'm just kind of just playing around with it. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. You got to be careful when you're using trend lines, because trend lines can become liquidity real quick. Where most people are seeing resistance, you're going to see, institutions or whales for that matter, because this is a mid cap. They'll literally long that trend line, and then you'll see a spike up. So when you see spikes up, it's because everybody and their mother is shorting this, assuming, okay, well, that's a trend line, it's rejection, rejection, rejection. We keep rejecting off of that. And then you see a spike. That's what causes that. That's how you can tell when, big boys are in the market. You gotta wait till they finish eating and then, pick up from where they're leaving their scraps. But these moves, I mean, you can actually, to be quite honest, you can actually even say that they've already started entering, because these moves like this, a scallop like that, that's not normal. It's not normal at all. But I'm definitely glad if we took profits here. Yeah, see, it's getting right back into that red box again. See what I was saying? Like, if you're looking at this as a trend line, that's why you're seeing a move up, because everyone's trying to short that. You just gotta scalp it, man. That's your best bet. In and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. Quite literally just came right back to entry. But we timed it. We timed it good. And as your portfolio grows, you can use the same strategy, but then you'll just have a larger margin. You won't even be looking at the margin, per se. I mean, I hope you do, but you get what I'm saying. You're going to be looking at it saying, okay, this is my thesis, this is my strategy. The margin is just going to be a byproduct of the profit I'm going to take. You see, they're running that box right back into entry. Yep.
Look at me. Look at me.
Ran right into that box. Break a structure that sits right over there. Now just waiting to see. Got to break a structure here. Those are the opportunities where you want to start looking for shorts on those breaker structures. Right inside here. Just be careful with them, right? Yes, because DMI is picking up. You have divergence that is sitting right over here, so I think an exit pump is going to be coming here for Rusk.
This is the 2026 Nissan Rogue.
I do have an ETH chart. So I'm looking at faster moves on Rusk. Remember I was just telling you, like, if you see a thrust up, it's because they were taking that for liquidity. That's exactly what they just did. They just took that trend line for liquidity. This box is no longer valid for me. The only other option is that. But did that give me a pivot point? Let's check real quick. It did give me a pivot there. I gotta break a structure on there too. Okay. Let's see if that sticks. I'm shorting on this break a structure over here. That's what I'm building on. And then I'm setting my stop just right above it here. If it runs my stop, I'll look for a re-entry in that area. I think my stop loss I'd lose like 18 on that. But I already took some profits on the ETH long. I took a little bit off of it.
To Oliver, eating here instead of buying a stadium hot
Look at
dog
me.
is like putting away $20.
Look at me.
You see,
With
back
the
into that
Wells
box
Fargo
again.
mobile app, tracking his savings is simple. Whoops.
My daughter's in ballet,
and you need to set a bun.
Pretty significant area. Let's see if it holds.
This will keep her hair sleek.
Look at me.
Look at that. There it is.
Keep it cute. Get beauty from people who get beauty. Only at Sephora.
See, tapping into that level. That's the level I was talking about. You just tapped into a 618 area as well too. So my wave C adjust. I can get rid of that for right now. This wave C adjusts because I went higher. And the higher it goes, the deeper the D wave is gonna go. So I can care less if it goes all the way up to, you know, these areas or what have you. I'm fine with that. That's what's up. Nice, nice, nice. You guys are making profit. That's what's up. Successful stream. Would you create a guide similar to you did for TD9? Yeah, I have one. Well, if you have a reversal, it's a good question, Ryan. If you got a reversal, like if you have an engulfing that's appearing, typically you want to target the previous session lows. That's what you would want to be targeting. If you go over to patternsite.com, he gives you like a full breakdown as far as like what the like max breakout level would be, because this guy's done like over 200 300 back tests on those specific candles. I don't need these anymore. And I don't need this anymore. We breached this 618, but we're inside this little pocket, but I guarantee if I put a 707 on there, yeah, I'm right out of a 707. So I'll take the 618 off because the 618 was breached. and that's the level we observe. Now if you short it in that area, you're hoping for a deep push down into these levels. Maybe not so much. I mean, this would have to be elongated out, but if I'm going to see a drop, I would really want to see something like that. Get a Navarro out of that. If we can get a Navarro pattern out of that. Remember I was showing you earlier that this had a 9 failure? Let me take the pivots out because you probably can't see it. I was showing you right here, this 7. That's why I was saying I didn't trust it. Printing a 5 and a 6 here now. 1, 2, 3, 4. It needs to close underneath here to change that setup phase. It's probably going to squeeze a little bit higher here. Good little move. I mean, one thing I can do is I can close ETH altogether and just look for a massive short on dusk. That'll be like the fastest way for me to reach my goal. It's risky as heck. But I'll just keep going this way. It's just a thought. I'm not saying I'm going to do it, it's just a thought. Yeah, the Bukowski site. Yep. The patternsite.com. Yep. Create a buy me a coffee or something so people can donate to you without using crypto. I have no idea how to do that. I mean, it's a great idea. I just have no idea how to do that. Look at that. 65%. Thing is a beast right now. Yeah, I was trying to get a little ad on there. It didn't give me my ad. Little stinker.
Nobody likes a cracked windshield.
What was that?
And nobody likes ads. But you guys keep playing it.
Awesome. SafeLight can come to you for free. Don't wait. Get it fixed now and pay later at safelight.com.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
You can't cut corners. You can't fuck off.
I know it's bad, but I can't help myself. When I feel sad, I escape from my sense. Lately, music's been my reminiscence. That's when I listen.
There's a fib level that I have at 0.26819 Rusk. And that's where it literally just tapped into, you know, right over here. But I'm on a different chart. I'm on Bitonix chart. It's something I was charting out from a daily. What's ETH doing? Nothing. Alright, got a 7. Okay, you should get a little push up. Should get a little push up on that. I was about to say, where's my trend lines? Where are my trend lines? Okay. Good job, Rusk. I keep calling Rusk. Good job, Dusk. I hear you. Okay. I mean, I could always just post my wallet address. If you guys want to donate there, you could do that too. Here, I'll do that. You guys want to donate? Hopefully that helps. It's much appreciated. That would mean a lot. I just pinned it, so in case you guys are looking for it.
Look at me.
Now, ETH, you just need to follow suit and do your thing. I did another 30 on Dusk here. I just took some profits off of that. I moved my stop loss to break even for that. Now I'm gonna look for some add backs on ETH where I can add back to a long if it'll give. And if anybody's curious, that's a Tron network. Damn, I want to add to my ETH on here. So I'm printing an 8 right there. Now that's gonna be kind of ballsy, Saint. All right, that's okay because my average is still okay. I'm looking at this box over here, seeing if this box can maintain, right? If we do have accumulation that's going on inside this level right over here, then I can get a pop-up. You know, if I'm already long from 3207, I can afford the add back, if that makes any sense to you guys. So all I really did is just rotate the profits from the dusk short, and I rotated them into ETH for the long.
Hey everyone, this is Joe Kudla, founder and CEO of Viore, and I'm here today to talk to you about our best-selling men's pants and why they're a staple in every wardrobe.
Oh yeah, let's hear about some pants. Do your thing, Dusk. Do your thing. Feel like that was a good wave B. Give us this level. You see, coming to here, that's, I mean, don't get me wrong, there'd be good profits there, but this makes a little bit more sense to me. So just a cool 30 on that. I'm gonna focus here on ETH. I already have the Dusk. I just let the runner. I took another 30 off of that. Now seeing if I can get this level to actually hold for ETH. This was a New York open high, so that's really what I was testing. Next level is what, 3207, right back to 3207 if it goes there. So just taking all the profits from from dusk and then rotate him. Check if I got it. Hold on. I'll do it this way. Hey, appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to you, Tom. Appreciate you.
Running a business
Thank you for the love.
than you think. Luckily, LegalZoom is here to help. Whether you're registering a business,
That's what's up. Thank you, brother. Thank you, thank you.
business licenses, or registering a trademark. When you need a legal hand, turn to LegalZoom.
Highly appreciate it.
Pepperoni Magnifico. Pepperoni Magnifico. Marco's Pepperoni Magnifico. Classic and crispy cut pepperoni, 3 melty cheeses, all on our fresh made dough. And starting at just $12.99 for a large, it's no wonder Marco's was named America's favorite pizza chain.
Appreciate that. So this looks safe. Add back to the long there. A little bit heavier on my long for ETH. Let's go ahead and do this. Go ahead and add you to as a moderator as well. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. Let's see, we're on ETH right now. So it's got that 8 bounce off of that New York Open high. I had some small add backs here in this area. All I did is really just rotate some of the profits from dusk into it. I left a little runner for dusk. It was like 30 bucks runner on there. And then of course I'll still look for add backs on dusk if it gets to the levels that I'm looking at. All right, we got a 9 printing here on ETH. Really want to see this one kind of take out these levels over here, 32.26. Maybe even get into here. I think that's a shaved head right over here. Nope, it's a penny off. So no shaved head there. Maybe just attack that level, which is 32.27. No doubt, no doubt. We'll be profitable together. Yeah, we're gonna change this. Definitely not this.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts. They do your taxes, so you can walk out with confidence. Now this is Taxes.
If a cybersecurity or IT degree has been on your mind, check out UMGC. They're waiving their
It
application
hasn't.
fee through February 11th.
Thank you
so
for
it's a great time to
recommending it. Now, the other side of looking at this is, you know, kind of what I was saying to you guys before. Like, when we have 9 failures, then that trend isn't truly done. So let's say 9, you know, stops here, which if you're bullish and you want price action to go higher, you kind of want it to stop here, because then you're going to see an impulse to offset that 9 failure. So I'm okay with it stopping here inside this area. Not necessarily something I would panic with, if that makes any sense. And there's 4 minutes left in that candle. Good short entry on dusk. I don't know if any of you guys took it, but that's a good short entry if you guys took it with me. Just some interaction for you guys. Just love what you guys see first.
It's like a glitch I can't control. Someone's fucking with my dough. Kind of voodoo shit, you know. You know, you won't find me tongue-tied. No witness on my side. Harmonies when
Yeah. 3181 first. That's what's up.
this stuff makes me nauseous. Losing what they taught us. Gotta tread real cautious. But I go back to default. I go back to default. I go back to.
And if it goes to that level, I'll definitely be looking to buy. And that just tells us wave 2 wasn't done. But I'm pretty confident this was wave 1. This is 2. Yeah. So wave 1 is usually short. At least from this time frame. Dust just needs to go for a sweep.
This stuff makes me nauseous. Losing what they taught us. Gotta tread real cautious. I go back to default. 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 I go back to.
We're at 180. Excuse me, no, we're at 195. Excuse me, sorry, 195. So we did about 95 today. 2x the account. Smaller margins, just want to show you guys live example of what you can do with small accounts and how to build small accounts.
Here's a fun
Not every move is going to give you a home run.
behind you. Make sure. Yeah. That's
Okay,
great.
now give her her phone back.
How do y'all
You
know
just
each
take
other?
profits where you see profits can be taken. And they go from there. We got third. Yeah, 10 seconds left on this 8-minute candle with a 9 failure. I'm okay with that. We also have a change of character. This looks like it was the pullback. So now we're going to be hunting for a break of structure on that 8 minute.
Disturb setting for your mind, and it gets you focused in just 5 minutes using science and sound. Brain FM guides
And as we go along through this challenge, then our margins will grow.
neural phase locking, which lets different parts of your brain work together more easily. Compared to average,
We try to utilize both, right?
and sustains your focus over time, letting
We
you
try to utilize Dusk and ETH, and then we'll try to see if we can open up multiple positions as far as like ETH hedge shorts and ETH hedge longs. I want to stick to one direction when it comes to Dusk. Personally, I don't want to look to hedging that one and hedging. That'd be too much. The main catalyst is Dusk operates pretty quickly here as far as its moves to the upside and then some retracements. So it yields good reward with small margins that we can just rotate right back into ETH. So essentially it's the fuel right now for the bigger car. So the bigger car, in my opinion, would be ETH, and this just acts as the fuel for it.
Stop.
Ah, you guys are kind of split there, huh? 56% say 32.95, 44% of you say 31.81. Interesting. I'll let that poll ride for another 15 minutes or so. Just as a reminder, guys, I'm going to be here for about another hour and 45 minutes or so. So I'll still be on the charts. I'll just be off the stream. So any questions that you guys may have, always feel free to ask.
Stop.
This is a dope song. I like this song. Yeah, we're gonna listen to that again. That's a dope song. I like that. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Stop.
Here, I got another one for you guys. You guys are split 50-50. Yeah, just keep doing 40 on Dusk. I just love a little tiny runner there. I don't care where it goes. But just hitting 40, 40, 40, 40. And then we'll rotate into ETH if ETH gives us certain levels.
What'd you do? Cheat on your math test again?
Yep.
You know the Wi-Fi works everywhere, right?
Yeah, but what about Delilah?
Yeah, she is pretty cute.
Expand your Wi-Fi footprint with home internet from AT&T.
I would love to see a
You live in a Pulte home?
ETH at 3,500. I'd short the heck out of that.
It's built for you, has plenty of storage and clean water filtration.
But I mean, even if we came down to like 3K handles, I think I have a level. I think I know I have a level. It sits right around like 3144 down to 3076 inside that area. Actually, I'm gonna set an alarm for it too. So I mean, if we did get these lower handles, then yeah, I would be looking for longs. I think we were on a 55 minute here, and no, was it 55 or was it 144? Yeah, it was 144. So we're also looking at these levels too, which kind of coincide with that higher time frame. This is the vertical run up fib. It's basically measuring this swing point to this swing point. And we're looking at seeing if these levels can actually hold inside here. So that would be like the deepest that it can go in order to create a true genuine flag. It may not be in one swoop. It could just be, you know, something that takes a little bit more time. We look at a fib zone real quick. You know, something around over here if I were to keep the same trajectory. And you can also drop that way, but I want to make sure I get those levels over there. So it's for me to get over there, you know, somewhere between the 24th of this month if we're going to get back down to those levels. Which is somewhere around here. Pretty bearish. We did good profits so far today, so a lot of it came from Dusk. You know, not much came off of ETH as far as profits. So I'm glad that we're trading that pair because it helps make you guys profitable if you are taking the same setup, same trades. I was just looking at you guys' top fans. You guys got some XP on there, huh? Guido 375, Tom 375, Party at 225. Stefan 225, Solar at 225, Sane at 200, Crypt at 200, Dorian at 150, Kai, you're at 150, that's my boy. Monk, you're at 125, that's the top 10. Scissors, you're pulling right at 75. Panda, you're new and you're already on the board. Look at that. That's what's up.
Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality.
So hopefully we see this rotation. We had that 9. We did have an 8 there, but let's go back over to an 8 minute because that's where our bias was built from.
He always hits near the 101 freeway, and he's not working alone.
And so this can get to 32.95. I'll do another 140 for us. This is peaks and giggles and gets to 35.72. That'll be like six hundo. So we'll be more than half of the challenge if it gets there, right? Like that's if it gets there. I'm going to maintain the positions overnight, just as an FYI. So if you come back on tomorrow, and let's just say ETH pumped, and you come back on tomorrow, you know, and I'm sitting at like, you know, 400, you know, portfolio or something like that. It's just mainly because I just held that position. But hopefully this adds some transparency to you guys. Candlestick guide. Yeah, I don't have any of that. I have a candlestick indicator that I rarely ever use because I can see it by eye. But that's something I can put in the wheelhouse. Yeah, that's something I can look into. I just got to carve out the time for that. You know, maybe that'll be like a Thursday class. And then what I'll do is I'll try to record that on Discord, see if Discord will actually let me record it through OBS without running into any lags. And then we'll just do it that way. Specific patterns that I really look for, you know, in crypto, I look for rising 3, falling 3s. I look for Takuri line candles. I look for engulfings. I also look for spinning tops, hammers, things of that nature. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I'll let you know. I mean, I've taken a good chunk off of the profit off of Dusk, so I've just moved Dusk to break even. Just on Dusk alone today, we've done like 120 on that. Just as an FYI. 3 shorts, 40, 40, 40. But yeah, I'll set my stops to break even for that. And now I'm kind of just rotating into ETH, just observing ETH, seeing if ETH actually has any life in it. Just turning 100 into 100 to 1K this week. That's the goal. It's just going in with smaller positions as we start off, and then building it as we go through the course of the week. We'll start adding to that margin. The goal is to try to hit 1 band by the end of the week. Mainly focusing on 2 pairs. Let me back up. I could focus on 1 pair if I'm going to start hedging. I just don't see a short opportunity here for ETH to start shorting in this area. That just feels like brain damage. So we're utilizing Dusk, that coin, because it had such a, you know, impressive pump. We're looking at Dusk giving us some type of retracement, and then essentially using it as a hedge. So shorting Dusk and then longing ETH. And then the profits that we pull off of Dusk, we rotate them back into ETH. We're looking for 32.50 and 32.95 for ETH, if we can get to those levels. I mean, I have no doubt, and then the day to come, we've got like 2 more hours left in this session. I have no doubt that it's going to probably pull back up, pull into that 32.50 area, and then probably try to come right back down, maybe get a double bottom, or if not, we get the bottom of this, which is like 31.66, somewhere in that area. but this essentially is going to become like a demand area that I'm going to be looking at for us. So that's like the real quick way of explaining that. Yep, you're welcome. You're welcome. Awesome, awesome. Thank you for that. Thank you for rewatching, man. The stream's a little bit long, so maybe you just play it in the background. But I appreciate the watch back, because that's part of research, right? That's part of research. It helps a lot altogether. Not just the channel, but it helps me as far as how I explain things. So I appreciate that. Much love for that. Much love, much love, much love. We got about an hour here. Okay, so now we can see ETH is pushing up to that level that we were just talking. My OBS just spazzed out. Oh, I just lost connection to just lost connection to another. Hang on real quick. One of my monitors just lost connection. Hey, appreciate that, appreciate that. Yeah, and if you guys are following me on Twitter, like, these are some of the levels that I was mentioning, even on Twitter, or X, whatever you guys want to call it. I'm obviously not a Gen Z. Oh boy. I'm running into some lags on my side. Hopefully I didn't lag out. I think I just lagged out. There we go. I have no idea what happened. I'm back. Hopefully you guys are still here. Alright. So that 9 still hasn't been filled just yet. Just waiting for that. If we have 1 to 9, how should I count the 13 based on 9 to 13? So your 13 is your lead up phase. That's essentially going to be measuring the trend. That's going to be measuring higher highs than the previous 2 or lower lows than the previous 2. And then you have your setup phase, and that's going to be your 1 through 9. So your 1 through 9 is your setup phase, and then 1 through 13 is your lead up phase. So you really want to look for a combination of both. You may be printing a 9, but you're also just printing like a 1, for example. Like, let's look here at our charts. You know, we had a 9 over here, but we printed a 2. Did dust just run back? Oh no, it hit TP. Look at that. Dust hit TP, hit my TP. It closed out for me on my side. I'm out of dusk. Let me look at a chart real quick. Yep. I guess I had a TP that was running a little bit lower, but it just pushed me out, so I'm fine with that. It took profits on that. I'm only inside of ETH long right now. I'm not longing dusk. It's no interest in that right now. Nice flush down. Nice flush down on dusk. You can see that it's pretty aggressive on a 1 minute. Look at that. Good patience. If you guys are still in it, you guys can still hold. I'm out, but right over here, these levels, these red levels that you see on your chart right here, that's what I'd be looking for. Oh, I appreciate that, Santa. How do you say that? Am I saying that right? Santanam? Santanam? My apologies if I'm butchering that, but I appreciate that, man. Thank you, thank you. Mad love, bro. Mad love, mad love. One thing for sure, you won't hear me cussing. You won't hear me cussing on these streams. It goes against my faith. So I'm completely out on Dusk for the time being right now. If I get another short opportunity, you know, I'll look to take it. But it ran all into my TPs. Now I'm just going to be focusing here on ETH, seeing if ETH can actually give us a push up. No interest in re-shorting Dusk here at this level. Me personally, I don't have an interest in that. But this thing is, it looks like it's gonna have a cascade down. So if you guys are sitting in some profits on that, GG on that. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier before. Like, I feel like they're going to start rotating into large cap. So if we start to see the opposite, start seeing a pump on ETH, yeah, look at that. Dusk is just like free falling. It's going to start taking out everyone that was long from this area right over here. It's going to sweep those. So I would just maintain your short, to be honest with you. You guys should be sitting in some good profits on that. Oh, here comes a flush. This is gonna be a flush candle. Bro, I would love to see this thing come to like 14. Just boom. Die. I want to take a peek at ETH real quick. Maybe we can get the opposite reaction, right? Dusk can just completely be decapitated. And then ETH can get a pump. Yeah, they're trying to long that area. They're trying real hard to long this area. Yeah, take them out. Take them out. Give them the good. I got a higher low on a 1 minute.
You can find your favorite person a gift as special as they are, like a custom leather camera strap to celebrate your photography-obsessed friend. Shop Etsy for special birthday gifts that say, I get you. Click or tap the banner to shop now.
New Year, same extra value meals at McDonald's. So now,
Die. Just die.
plus fries and a medium soft
Don't pull back.
$8.
For limited time only. Prices and participation may vary.
Be decapitated.
Hawaii, Alaska, and California, and for delivery.
Tudo repete como se o tempo parou.
You guys doing good on that dusk one, right? Closed eyes following you on X and over here. That's what's up. Thanks, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. It's a great way to start the week. So you guys know what to expect coming into next week. I mean, not next week, tomorrow, excuse me. Coming in tomorrow. Same thing. I want to see it sweep these right over here. Wave B. Just sweep them. Come on, you can do it. Don't be shy. This thing's gonna cascade. That thing's gonna cascade. Just look for these areas over here too. Like if you're still holding, look for these levels right over here. ETH getting a little bit of a boost. ETH getting a little bit of a boost. There it is. That's what we're looking for. You got breaker structure appearing here with a little phase on a 3. We're just going to take a little bit of profit off of that. So just took a little bit of profit off of that. Got breaker structure. I have no interest in shorting ETH here at these levels. I really don't. If anything, if it came back down lower, then my only interest is looking at the long for it. I took some profits here at the top on it. Did you just double bottom? You just double bottomed. You sure did. Nah, you gotta sweep that. You be a dead cat bounce. Come on, you gotta sweep that. You gotta sweep that. I know you got it in you. Yep, that's his printing. You can just go to my Twitter. Go to the where you saw me post that. Post your P&L on in the comment section. You can flex on my page. That's fine. Show these people what you're doing.
Most people don't know that you can get a domain from Squarespace, not just a website. But you're not most people.
Right, technically it did sweep that area. So now we want to look for those lower levels that I was just mentioning to you. ETH had a big pullback just now. I'm glad we took profits off of that. See, good little sweep over here. Now we're looking at these levels right over here, down to here. Die, 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 die. More people are aping in on longs on this. That's why you're seeing that. It just double bottomed again on a 1 minute.
Look at me. Look at me.
Yep, look at that. Tapped right into that level. 0.20. I would definitely be considering taking some profits. You can close all of it, you can close half of it. That's totally up to your risk management. But literally tapped right into that level. The next level underneath that is going to be the 19 level right over there that you see. Heck yeah, that short is printing hard, baby. Flush them. So no, that won't work. It's got to come down to here. It's got to come down to these levels. Don't be that guy longing it, trying to catch a knife. There it is. Keep going. Right into that 19, right into that 1.272. So that's what we want to see. Let's get rid of the 1.13. We're tapping right into it.
Before starting my journey at WGU, I transferred from a community college. It kind of gave me the chance to get my foot on in the door, and I didn't have as many credits.
Deeper.
At WGU.
Go.
It gave me that flexibility to be able to do my courses whenever.
Learn more now.
Nice pull. Okay. Liquidate that level. Yeah, it's such a juicy short. Juicy, 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 juicy. Yeah, to each its own. You know what I mean? To each its own. Oh, that's kind of funky. So I'm still targeting this area over here. I mean, that would be ideal. Just completely decapitate him. Because that's the next extension level. Like, we lose these extension levels, this is the next extension level. I don't have much that's going to catch me in this area. but you have a massive amount of people that are trying to long this area. Just nobody's rotating into ETH. That's the only scary part that I see here. So it looks like the entire market's gonna flush. That's my only concern right now. What is USDT doing? Oh, USDT's gonna go and clear that imbalance. ETH should bounce around here. Look at that pullback on Dusk. There it is. All right, so let's remeasure this real quick. Yeah, you can get a total pattern out of that. Even down to a Navarro. It's a funky Navarro. I mean, because I have two different pivot points here. And this is when you're using harmonics, right? Like, actually, I don't have a pivot point there. My other pivot point's way down here. But that don't make any sense. So this is my other pivot point. All right, ETH, it's your turn.
Apple Card. Apple Card members can earn unlimited daily cash back on everyday purchases wherever they shop. This means you could be earning daily cash on just about anything, like a slice of pizza from your local pizza place or a latte from the corner coffee shop. Apply for Apple Card in the Wallet app to see your credit limit offer in minutes. Subject to credit approval. Apple Card issued by Goldman Sachs Bank USA, Salt Lake City branch. Terms and more at applecard.com.
It's kind of funky, to be honest with you. It's not the sexiest of patterns if I were mapping one out. It's kind of funky. I'm gonna get maybe a crab out of that. You guys like that one today? You guys like that? Way better than ETH, right? ETH was just so boring. It's like we have better chance of watching my hair grow back than seeing this type of profit on ETH. At least for today goes. In Rust, I keep calling it Rust. Dusk looks like it's going to push down again. Maybe, hopefully you took profit here, but if you got a runner going, I mean that's what you're looking at next. And then we can move this over like that. It won't be this dramatic. It's going to be a little bit pulled over, but that makes way more sense to me. Sweep this area that pushed it to a high. Just sweep these longs and get into here. Now we just need ETH to perform. ETH is being ETH. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you. Good call today, huh? That's what's up. Proud of you guys. Proud of you guys. And this is as transparent as I can possibly be. I've ran challenges before where people are like, oh, I missed a call, or you didn't give a call, or you're still in it, da 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 da. Now we're going to completely eliminate that. Because one, it's documented here. You can see what I'm doing live. You can see the whole thing. Yeah, Dusk should go for a really good flush down into these levels. I'm not saying that I'm going to long it, but if I were to long it, I'd be looking at those levels. All the way down to, like, look at these levels. Like, it just gets bananas. My hope is that everybody rotates out of mid caps into large caps. Because if this comes down to here, I mean, that's a little bit too extreme, but I could see that right there. This level is definitely going to be violated at some point. It gave a bounce, it did. It gave the mathematical bounce, but let's just look at price action, right? I think we have some fair value gaps that sit inside this area as well too. Yeah, like all the way down to here. So this kind of lines up with us tapping into the zone, maybe not specifically here, but maybe like right over here. So I would consider that. And I believe from a higher time frame perspective, I think I have a wave 4. So yeah, I'm tapping right into like a wave 4 area that lined up with a 1.41. Deeper level would be 0.5. This was relatively sharp. So 618 would be here. So if we bounce here, it's gonna, if we continue to hold here, it's gonna run right back up. That's why I said, like, just take profits. Ideally, we want to see a flush. We want to see that being flushed down into these levels. And if I come back to a 2-day, where does that put me at? That puts me like 16 and some change. Let's look at that again on lower time frame. Yep, that's right over here, and that would be a wave 4. Yeah, so consider maybe even taking profits, and if you're gonna long, I'd look at those levels. These levels right over here. And are they're already peeled? Oh, okay. I'd look at these levels. I just didn't have time. Okay. I'd look at these levels right over here, because I got a wave 4 on a 2-day, and I also have an extension level that sits right over here. Now we just need ETH to kind of get off the pot already and push up. I mean, technically it did clear from a sequential count. It did clear that 9, but my lead up phase is on a 3 here, and a new setup phase began with that. So if I'm going to get higher, I'd look at that level over there. All right, guys, you got me for about another hour here.
I used to talk about the weather as small talk. Now I talk about McValue deal days at McDonald's. A 4-piece chicken McNuggets Happy Meal for just $2.99 on Sunday.
ETH is just...
I'm chit-chatting about it. 6-piece chicken McNuggets for just 99 cents.
ETH is on a struggle bus here.
All day, dude. I'm not even mad about it. You want deals? You need the app. Get 99-cent McNuggets and a $2.99 Happy Meal only in the app. These deals will definitely give you something to talk about. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Valid Sundays and Wednesdays in January and February at participating McDonald's. Valid once per day. Must opt into rewards.
Yeah, look at that. ETH just pushing down hard. Let's see if there's another buy opportunity for it here. Look at a higher time frame real quick. A 14. If